Chapter 366. I'm sorry, none of you can leave. Balfour received another message, and his expression changed drastically. He then looked at Emmanuel and David, who were about to leave, and said, "Don't worry. Mr. Balfour, what happened?" Emmanuel asked, puzzled by the change in Balfour's attitude. The company's president was assassinated. Everyone in this building must be investigated, Balfour said in a deep voice. Emmanuel was also shocked. Vado Energy was a super-large enterprise. The president of such an enterprise had a higher status than even the mayor of Penang. His influence was far greater. Judging from Balfour's tone, it seemed that the assassin had not been caught. Regardless of whether the assassination was successful or not, it was very dangerous here. Protect President David. Emmanuel turned his head and shouted at the two bodyguards who followed David into the conference room. The two bodyguards immediately opened the boxes they carried with them, took out 2 sets of exoskeleton armor, and began to put on the armor. Then, they took out 2 second-grade weapons. After Kaji put on the armor, the 2 bodyguards protected David on the left and right, showing their professionalism. "Mr. Balfour, we have been with you all this time. No one left this conference room during the whole negotiation process. We can leave a few people to cooperate with your investigation, but President David must leave. It's too dangerous here." Emmanuel saw that David was protected, and he was relieved. He turned his head and used his negotiation skills to ask Balfour. "Manager Emmanuel, regarding the assassination of the president, it's not just you. Even I have to be investigated," Balfour said helplessly as he shook his head. He also believed that the people in the meeting room had not been involved in the assassination, but the murder of President Kitts was too big a deal. Add to that the fact that President Kitts' most trusted bodyguard had been involved, and even the company's top executives were suspected. "President David, what do you think?" Emmanuel turned his head and asked David. "We are under investigation. Call the company's legal department. I will also call my private lawyer," David ordered indifferently. As long as there was no evidence, this was Lunka Planet. No one would dare to do anything to him. When David said that, the shadow attendant who was still on the 18th floor saw 2 middle-aged men and 4 young men rush into the office. At this time, only a few bones were left of President Kitts' corpse. In a few more minutes, even the bones would probably be dissolved by the poison. This was a poison that could even corrode the body of a transcendent. As an ordinary person, how could the corpse of President Kitts have survived? The 6 Kajis were helpless as well. They, and the head of security, could only watch as Chairman Keats' corpse slowly turned into black water. There was nothing they could do. "Have you notified the police?" One of the middle-aged men asked the head of security. "I've already called the police. The police are on their way." The head of security replied, "Tell them to hurry up, otherwise Father's body will be gone." The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Large corporations had a strict succession system, and President Kitts wasn't young to begin with. Naturally, he had arranged for his successor long ago." The 2 middle-aged men who came in were President Kitts' 2 sons. They were the first and second heirs, respectively. The other 4 young men were the 3rd generation and had the right to inherit. It could be said that all of President Kitts' direct heirs were here. The 2 middle-aged men were not very sad, especially the middle-aged man who had just spoken. As long as he had a lawyer to testify, he would be able to take the position of CEO and control this super-large corporation. Compared to power and wealth, kinship was much weaker. Under the protection of the 2 Kaji's bodyguards, David sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. However, his attention was always on the shadow attendant. When he saw the 2 middle-aged men and the 4 young men come in, a trace of coldness appeared on his face. In the past few days, the Kerr intelligence organization had spent a lot of effort. The use of credits could sometimes be very frightening. Of the 6 heirs, 2 of them were out on business. The Kerr intelligence organization had used hidden channels and changed hands many times, spending less than 20 million credits to bring the 2 heirs back to the headquarters. David had been waiting for this moment. The sleeping pattern in his soul fortress flew out, and the shadow attendant flew over again. It guided the sleeping pattern through 2 floors and into the body of one of the Kajis. The shadow attendant had already noticed this Kaji. He was an advanced Kaji. His spirit was not strong, and most importantly, he used a heavy axe as a weapon. This was why David had chosen him. The Kaji's body froze for a moment. Although he was a decent Kaji, he was still some distance away from a true elite Kaji. Therefore, after the sleeping pattern flew in, he could not even resist. The most important thing about a Kaji that could protect the headquarters was not strength, but loyalty. On Lunka, it was almost impossible for a Kaji wearing an exoskeleton armor to attack Bata Energy's headquarters. The Kaji here were only there to deal with some small problems. On top of that, these 6 Kaji were all wearing the best exoskeleton armor and second-grade weapons. They were more than enough to deal with the incoming enemies. Attacks that were beyond their capabilities would naturally be dealt with by the Transcendent. The middle-aged man was still giving out orders. Let the intelligence department take action. I want to know who assassinated my father. Let the lawyers and executives come over. The company needs to operate normally. The other middle-aged man had a look of disdain on his face, but quickly turned into an expression of envy. Everyone knew that the middle-aged man could not wait to get the position of CEO. President Keats had just died, and his body was still in the office. He was already in a hurry to seize the power. However, no one objected to this middle-aged man. The law gave him this power. It was just that his table manners were a bit ugly. The sleeping pattern's effect was a bit slow. Fortunately, the 6 Kaji were standing with their hands behind their backs. No one noticed this Kaji's abnormality. The Balfour executive saw the new message and quickly said to Emmanuel, "I have something to take care of. Please wait here for a while. Someone will be here soon." He did not wait for Emmanuel's response and left in a hurry. The Balfour executive was worried that if he was too late, the power he originally had would be taken away by someone else. At that moment, nothing else mattered. The most important thing was to protect his position. When David sensed a new puppet, 3 lawyers and 12 executives were already standing in the office on the 18th floor. David did not hesitate. He controlled the Kaji puppet to take a step forward, and the second-grade heavy axe in its hand swept horizontally. The first heir of Bata Energy, who had just received power and was about to reach the peak of his life, was split in half from the middle. Before anyone could scream, the Kaji puppet's figure flashed, and the heavy axe swept continuously. The other second heir and 4 young people all fell into a pool of blood. "Number 4, you're crazy," the captain of the Kaji team roared. He rushed forward with the second-grade war hammer in his hand, wanting to stop the Kaji puppet. The Kaji puppet swung its heavy axe casually. The captain of the Kaji team felt a chill run down his spine. Number 4, who was weaker than him, swept the heavy axe across his neck, and he was only halfway through swinging his war hammer. "Run!" The lawyers and executives screamed and ran in all directions. Unfortunately, their speed was no match for Kaji's exoskeleton armor. The Kaji puppet caught up with them in a flash and killed these people who could not fight back without mercy. Of course, the other 4 Kaji also wanted to stop it, but the 4 Kaji were just like ordinary people in the eyes of the Kaji puppet. The only difference was that it needed to use more strength when swinging its heavy axe, so that the second-grade heavy axe could cut through the exoskeleton armor more smoothly. The 18th floor was filled with cries and begging for mercy. The Kaji puppet swung its axe again and again, ignoring the begging. No one was able to leave the office. The huge office was filled with corpses. The shadow attendant also took the opportunity to absorb a few souls. Those that were too far away were wasted. The ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the building. The security guards in the monitoring room saw everything in the office. They pressed the alarm frantically, and at the same time, they kept calling for help from the police. "What's going on?" Emmanuel asked the staff of Badu Energy who was accompanying them. The staff did not understand what happened. He only saw that the internal communication of the company was in complete chaos. The huge mega company seemed to have lost its management. David stood up and found another sofa in the meeting room to sit down. The 2 Kaji bodyguards just followed him and quietly guarded him. David's current position was below a secretary's desk. The shadow attendant could operate the optical computer on the desk. Because everything had happened so suddenly, the secretary did not have time to exit the optical computer when he left. This made the operation of the shadow attendant even easier. The shadow attendant's fingers flipped, and a large amount of code was entered in a short amount of time. Using the optical computer, the shadow attendant only needed 10 seconds to take control of the optical computer used by President Kitts. Of course, the most important reason for this was that all the optical computers in the office were physically connected. This was also for the convenience of work, but it also made it easier for David to hack in. President Kitts' optical computer had a very high level of security. If David had not hacked in this way, the other optical computers in the building would not have been able to hack into President Kitts' optical computer in such a short amount of time. The wealth of Badu Energy Company was exposed before David's eyes. It was located in multiple star systems, with 15 common kryptonite mines that they either completely controlled or had a stake in. There were also various investment projects, fixed assets, and so on. Its true wealth was impossible to calculate. This was an energy company that had been around for thousands of years. Its wealth was unimaginable. Just the liquid credits alone were more than 200 billion. Even though David's resistance to credits was relatively high, seeing this number still made his heart beat faster. The shadow attendant's hands continued to move. The 200 billion credits were converted into hundreds of thousands of funds and transferred out. Then, this sum of 200 billion credits continuously changed hands. After entering this program, David did not have to worry about it anymore. Following this, the 200 billion credits would be handed over to the villa's Sky AI system to take care of. In the end, the 200 billion credits will be transferred into an anonymous account, making it impossible for anyone to trace it. Although the Interstellar Federation had the most complete Skynet system, and the Skynets of every galaxy were connected to each other, forming a huge Skynet system that encompassed the entire Federation, this did not mean that management was flawless. Banks needed some special services, and this was also what many large financial groups needed. Thus, the Federation had set up laws that were beneficial to banks. Anonymous accounts were one of these laws. Illegal credits could be cleared through anonymous accounts. Of course, these anonymous accounts would not be targeted at ordinary citizens. The banks would only open them to customers with special needs. In the end, David should be able to get 180 billion credits. The remaining 20 billion credits would be given to the bank that opened the anonymous account. After that, the shadow attendant did not stop. David found a lot of video footage in his optical computer. These were all recordings of Badu Energy's operations. Murder and arson were very common. A large energy company would definitely not be clean. These videos were all proof of the completion of the mission. At this moment, they were also evidence of Badu Energy's crimes. The shadow attendant sent these videos to David's tens of thousands of reporters. This was not the first time he had done this, so he was very familiar with the process. David recalled the shadow attendant. He opened his eyes and saw Emmanuel standing in front of him. "President David, the police have arrived. Your legal team has arrived." Emmanuel said respectfully to David, "We are legal businessmen. We must cooperate with the police." David ordered in a deep voice. The first to enter the meeting room was not the police, but a legal team made up of 6 lawyers. As for the police, they were now surrounding the 18th floor, ready to enter at any time. The police had arrived a little late because they needed to gather manpower. To be able to carry out an assassination at Badu Energy's headquarters, the police naturally had to pay special attention. This time, there were 12 Kajis from the police. There were more than 100 other police officers. Almost all the police officers who could handle the case had been transferred to the police station. After arriving, they found that there was a Kaji's murderer on the 18th floor. The police even contacted the government to ask for backup. The 18th floor had a security wall. This was a defense system against external attacks. It was made of thick alloy, but now it blocked the police from entering. The Kaji's puppet stood in the middle of the 18th floor, motionless. If the police's life detection device did not detect that he was still alive, they would have thought that everyone on the 18th floor was dead. This kind of vicious case rarely happened on Lunka Planet. At least, it had not been seen in the past few decades. This made the police go all out. They took out the police's combat hovercar and single laser weapons. The 17th floor was also cleared and sealed by the police. The police defended the Kaji. It was not that they did not want to rush in, but the security wall was blocking. Also, the higher-ups considered that one Kaji could kill 5 other Kajis. They did not want the police to risk Kaji's life. Chapter 367. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Macaulay and the other lawyers. David said to the 6 lawyers with a smile. Mr. David, please rest assured that we will ensure that your rights will not be violated. Mr. Macaulay, the head of the 6 lawyers, said with a smile. Mr. Macaulay was introduced by Emma's mother, Mrs. Amelia. As the Deputy Chief Inspector of Starfield, there was no doubt about the ability of a lawyer introduced by Mrs. Amelia. I naturally believe in the lawyers. Please collect evidence immediately. I am worried that someone will frame me. David said with a smile. We are already in the process of collecting evidence. It is dangerous here. Please wait outside the building. Mr. Macaulay knew the situation above and advised. The 6 lawyers came here with their own subordinates. At this moment, the lawyers under them were collecting evidence. These lawyers were all professionals, so they knew what kind of evidence to collect. They must stay here and wait for the investigation. When the staff of Bada Energy heard that Mr. Macaulay wanted David and the others to leave the building, they immediately shouted to stop him. This was what the executive of Balfour had told him before he left. He knew that there were lawyers here, and he could not stop them, but he still jumped out. Are you sure you want to stop my client from leaving? Do you know that if you illegally detain my client, I can sue you until you go bankrupt? Even Bada Energy can't make such a request to my client. Who do you think you are? Mr. Macaulay looked at the staff coldly and said in a deep voice. The aura of a lawyer made the staff lose the courage to speak. Besides, if they were targeted by a lawyer, it would be a big problem. Leaving the building was very smooth because the 12 executives of Bada Energy were all killed. At least there were no executives of Bada Energy in the building, which made Bada Energy very chaotic. Other than the previous staff, no one else made things difficult for David and the others. When leaving the 16th floor, David gave the Kaji puppet one last order. When David walked out of the building, he looked at a green light in the distance. He was very familiar with the aura of the green light. The green light was Fox Transcendent. He had rushed over to help. When he arrived at Penang City in a high-speed aircraft from Kia City, he had directly used the Transcendent armor to fly over. When the Fox Transcendent approached the building, he frowned because he sensed that Kaji was dead inside. He turned around and was about to leave when he noticed David's figure on the ground. He immediately turned around and descended to the ground. David, why are you here? The Fox Transcendent landed on the ground, and the Transcendent armor on its body was retracted. It stepped in front of David and asked, Uncle Fox, my company has some business dealings with Bada Energy. I'm here for a meeting. David didn't expect Fox Transcendent to come. He quickly bowed and said, Put on the exoskeleton armor and come back with me. Fox Transcendent waved and said. Fox Transcendent only needed to hear David's words to know that today's matter was definitely related to David. A few days ago, David had killed Bada Energy's Transcendent, Esmond, on Planet Guardian. Now, he was telling him that he had business dealings with Bada Energy. If this wasn't cheating, what else could it be? The police and several lawyers present, including the people from Bada Energy, didn't dare to object to Fox Transcendent's words. David also helplessly went to the commercial hovercar to retrieve the exoskeleton armor. Of course, the exoskeleton armor in the commercial hovercar was an ordinary exoskeleton armor. When he took it out, he had the shadow attendant change it. When he took it out, it was a custom-made exoskeleton armor. David put on the custom-made exoskeleton armor and flew away with Fox Transcendent in front of everyone's eyes. Macaulay watched David leave and turned to the police and said, Mr. David has left. We have full authority to represent him. David and Fox Transcendent didn't fly far before a high-speed aircraft was waiting in the sky. They opened the hatch and entered the high-speed aircraft. The interior of the high-speed aircraft was very luxurious. The branded furniture and top-notch decorations made the interior space very comfortable. Fox Transcendent removed the exoskeleton armor and sat on the sofa. After David removed the custom-made exoskeleton armor, he pointed at the sofa opposite him. "Tell me, what did you do today?" Fox Transcendent waited for David to sit down and asked. "I really didn't do anything. It was just a normal visit." David spread his hands and said, "A normal visit, and you caught all the executives of Beta Energy in one fell swoop. I really underestimated you." Fox Transcendent said angrily as he pointed at David. If someone else had done this, he would have slapped them to death. No matter what, Fox Transcendent was the guardian of Lunka Planet. However, David was his good friend's disciple. Even if David had done something wrong, he was only prepared to teach him a lesson. All the executives of Beta Energy are dead. David pretended to be shocked and asked, "That's enough. I hope you don't leave any evidence behind. As for Ludwig, I will talk to him." Fox Transcendent waved his hand as he couldn't stand David's expression. David knew who Ludwig was. He was the other Transcendent of Beta Energy. He was probably still waiting for David on the Guardian planet. "Uncle Fox, will this bring you any trouble?" David asked worriedly. "Don't worry. The Transcendent on Lunka Planet should know about my relationship with you. If they dare to do anything to you, they will have provoked me," Fox Transcendent said in a deep voice. "I didn't participate in the assassination. I was discussing business with Beta Energy." There were at least 20 people who could prove it. There were also video recordings in the meeting room. David thought about it and explained, "That's good. As long as you didn't participate personally, there won't be any legal trouble." Fox Transcendent was stunned for a moment, but immediately said with a smile. From Fox Transcendent's point of view, David was confident because he had his own team. He didn't need to do anything personally. Fox Transcendent knew that the two weapon masters, Seely and Alva, had joined David. He also took good care of the two weapon masters. Otherwise, how could two weapon masters who used to be mercenaries integrate into Lunka Planet's business circle without any hindrance? This was a small matter to Fox Transcendent. He didn't need to mention it to David. "By the way, why did you hide the fact that you're a sniper master from me? Gabriel killed you, but he lied about it afterward." Fox Transcendent suddenly remembered the death of Gabriel Transcendent and couldn't help but blame him. "I'll definitely tell you if I have any problems in the future," David quickly promised. "I heard about what happened on the Guardian planet. I just found out that Beta Energy sent Transcendent to kill you. I was about to talk to Kits about it, but I didn't expect you to solve the problem this way. Not everything can be solved with violence. This time, you went overboard with what you did to Beta Energy. Beta Energy has a lot of influence, and Ludwig is the only Transcendent on the surface. However, they can invite two Transcendent at any time." Fox Transcendent advised David. David's way of doing things was too flashy. If he didn't agree with him, he would kill. Fox Transcendent thought that if he told him about this matter and asked him to step in, the companies on Lunka Planet would give him face. However, David had his own way of doing things. He had a shadow attendant and many other covert methods. He had no problem walking on the edge of the law. Therefore, the more legal a place was, the more advantageous it was for him. "Beta Energy shouldn't be able to deal with me anymore," David said softly. "You think you can make Beta Energy collapse just because you killed all of their executives?" Fox Transcendent looked at David and said. He shook his head and continued. "You underestimate Beta Energy. This kind of company has been passed down for many generations and has many emergency capabilities. The heir you see is only a part of it. If you don't believe me, there will be a new heir to take over the company's affairs soon. Beta Energy's liquid funds are all gone." David said something substantial for the first time. "You're really greedy. At least 100 billion credits, right?" Fox Transcendent was a little surprised. He pointed at David and shook his head. 200 billion credits have already been transferred to an anonymous account. In reality, I've received around 180 billion credits. David told the truth. "What do you need so many credits for?" Fox Transcendent said unhappily. Then he waved his hand and decided, "Give Emerson, James, and Anita 1 billion each in your name. I will help you block all investigations." "Thank you, Uncle Fox." David finally let go of his last concerns and thanked him with a smile. Although there were banking laws that controlled the security of anonymous accounts, they had to consider some special people, such as Transcendent's involvement. If Ludwig Transcendent used his Transcendent connections, they might be able to find out about the anonymous account. It would be more or less troublesome. Fox Transcendent asked for 3 billion credits, but it would take all the trouble. The 3 billion credits were given to 3 disciples of Fox Transcendent, who could be considered David's friends. David didn't feel bad about paying the 3 billion credits. Instead, he was very happy. David returned to the first college of Iridia and began to practice again. During this time, he had level 3 strengthened meat and the newest spirit forging metal body technique. He was making rapid progress. Although he returned to the college to rest, he maintained the most reasonable cultivation. The outside world wasn't as relaxed as David. Because of the Bado energy incident, the entire Lunka planet and even the entire Iridia star system became lively. Bado Energy CEO, all the heirs and executives had been killed. This matter shocked all the major companies. There were too many police officers at the time, and a lot of details couldn't be hidden. One detail was noticed by many, and that was that Bado Energy CEO, Kitz, had been poisoned to death. Bado Energy's Esmond Transcendent had also been poisoned to death a few days ago. The most important thing was that David, who was related to Esmond Transcendent's death, had appeared at the scene of the Bado Energy massacre. Anyone with eyes could see the connection between the two, but all the evidence pointed to David's innocence. This included the surveillance footage and testimony. Therefore, some people thought that David had gone to the scene to witness the massacre. As for who was behind it, it was obvious. After that, it was discovered that a lot of Bado Energy's liquid funds had disappeared. This caused a lot of work to stop. Just as Fox Transcendent had predicted, a successor soon appeared and took over Bado Energy. He was preparing to regain control of the company. It was also at this time that more than 1,000 media outlets in several major star regions reported on Bado Energy's news at the same time. A lot of video information explained the growth history of Bado Energy in detail. Every growth of this super energy company was accompanied by blood and violence. Many businessmen, politicians, and other opponents in various industries who had conflicts with Bado Energy would become victims. The videos subverted many people's impression of Bado Energy. How was this a company? It was simply an assassin organization. According to these videos, the victims' families jumped out one by one and accused Bado Energy in various courts. The huge Bado Energy had lost 200 billion in liquid funds, so internal problems first appeared. Originally, this kind of internal problem could slowly pass with a new CEO and some time to transition. In the end, Bado Energy's minerals and fixed assets were the most important part of its capital. As long as this part didn't collapse, there would be no problems at all. However, the media's involvement greatly damaged Bado Energy's reputation. It was involved in a lot of lawsuits and became an external problem. These internal and external problems made it impossible for Bado Energy to apply for a loan from the bank. At the same time, the weak Bado Energy became the prey of other large companies. How could the other large companies let go of such an opportunity? While the police were still investigating the massacre, Bado Energy was constantly losing wealth. It went from a large company to a large company. Its assets plummeted in just a few days. Ludwig Transcendent also returned from the Guardian planet. By the time he returned, Bado Energy had already shrunk by more than half. Even with Ludwig Transcendent's ability, there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. At this time, Bado Energy's size could no longer enshrine Ludwig Transcendent. The resources that Ludwig Transcendent needed were not what Bado Energy could afford at this time. On the second day after Ludwig Transcendent returned, Fox Transcendent visited him. No one knew what happened. 2 days after Fox Transcendent left, Ludwig Transcendent took a large amount of wealth and left Bado Energy, which he guarded. From then on, Bado Energy truly became an ordinary large company. Due to a lot of lawsuits, many assets were frozen. Even large companies might not be able to keep them. Chapter 368. David sat in the living room of the villa, watching a host talking about him in the video projection. Although there was a lot of use of the word maybe, the audience could see that the person behind the rapid decline of beta energy was David. David used to be very famous, but he was only famous in a small group of people like Kaji in the star sector. However, this time, as the news spread, he was also involved in the storm of public opinion. He became the hero who bravely fought against a powerful opponent for revenge. This kind of story of being hunted down, being killed, and successfully taking revenge on the power behind it was the audience's favorite. David turned off the video projection, thought about it, and turned on his ID bracelet. Lawyer Macaulay, there are false reports about me in the news recently. I hope you could take over and deal with it. David said in a deep voice, Mr. David, I happen to have evidence collected at the scene. You are innocent and were implicated. I will definitely seek justice for you. Macaulay said with conclusive evidence. In fact, among everyone, only these lawyers believed that David was innocent. It was because of the evidence at the scene. This evidence all showed that David was not involved in the massacre of Bado Energy. Thank you. David was about to say something, but he saw a call request appear on his ID bracelet. He could only continue. Lawyer Macaulay, I have something to do here. I will send someone to contact you about the relevant commission. After ending the call with Macaulay, David picked up a new call. David, are you okay? I saw the news on Planet of Origin. Emma's concerned voice came through. Those are all false reports. I just hired a lawyer to sue them. David said with a smile, then said in a surprised tone, God, you are on Planet of Origin. It seems like you have really become the Federation's queen. The Planet of Origin was the main planet of the Federation. It was also a place that everyone yearned for. It was the birthplace of the Interstellar Federation. Planet Origin was also the political center of the Federation. The Supreme Court of the Federation, the Federal High Command, the Federation government, and other top-level organizations of the Federation were all located on Planet Origin. That place had the strictest qualifications to enter. Every year, hundreds of millions of tourists apply to go there, but only a few million people could enter. The entire Planet of Origin had always maintained a population of 1 billion, and except for a few special circumstances, no immigrants were accepted. With the influence of the Planet of Origin, it was the dream of every singer to sing there. Even David was envious of Emma being on the Planet of Origin. I didn't expect that the song My Heart Will Go On would attract the attention of Planet of Origin. When I was endorsing the Interstellar Flyboy Company, I received an invitation from Planet of Origin. Emma was also very excited when she talked about this. How long will you stay on the Planet of Origin? David hadn't seen Emma for a long time, and he missed her very much. He was too embarrassed to ask when she would come back, so he could only ask casually. I don't know. I'm also waiting for the arrangements. I might have to hold a concert on the Planet of Origin. Emma didn't understand the meaning behind David's words. She was still intoxicated with excitement. The conversation between the two of them was on the Planet of Origin, and Emma had forgotten about the reports. There were still a few days left for the holidays, but David wasn't going to stay on campus. Originally, he was going to solve the problem of the Tordo Fund. Unfortunately, the matter with Beta Energy Company was a little too big, and his plan to continue assassinating the Tordo Fund fell through. The Tordo Fund was different from Beta Energy Company. Beta Energy Company was on planet Lunka, which was David's home ground. On the other hand, the Tordo Fund was in Cater Star Sector, where David had no support at all. If he was discovered, he would be hunted down. No one cared whether there was evidence or not. In the afternoon, David came to the portal again. After submitting his identity and getting permission, David entered the portal. After charging, David came to the Guardian Star Academy base again. This was the second of 3 free uses, so David didn't need to pay any points this time. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, David felt that the atmosphere in the base was a little strange. There were many students in the base, and it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the time for students to go out and fight. Why were there so many students in the base? The students' faces were serious, and they weren't as relaxed as before. No one was laughing. Cotton, what's going on in the base? David happened to see an acquaintance of Cotton, so he quickly stopped him and asked, Master David, You haven't been in the base these few days? Cotton heard David's question and asked curiously. Yes, I went back to the academy to rest. When I came back, I saw that the atmosphere here was tense. What happened? David nodded and said, I don't know why, but a lot of level 1 insectoids have appeared outside the safe zone. Even the rarely seen flying insectoids have appeared. Among the level 1 insectoids, there are also level 2 insectoids. These insectoids have surrounded the base. Cotton helplessly replied, What are you afraid of level 1 insectoids? Just kill them and get points. David asked, puzzled. To be honest, with the combat power of the students in the academy base, level 1 insectoids were very easy to deal with. Level 2 insectoids wouldn't be a problem as long as they had Kaji's group. The senior students often went out to look for level 2 insectoids. Every group of level 1 insectoids has more than 1,000 members, and the number of insectoids is still expanding. Cotton said with a bitter smile, Has this happened before? David's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked. Only when the insectoid horde appears. Cotton said worriedly. David finally understood why the students were so worried. Although David had not experienced the insectoid horde on the Guardian planet, he had read about it from the information. Every insectoid horde was terrifying. He immediately thought of the Transcendence estimation. Could it be that the one-year insectoid horde war had been brought forward? After parting ways with Cotton, David was about to return to his dorm when he received a message from the Transcendent Kenny. David, you're back just in time. Come to the command center. It seemed that the Transcendent Kenny was still paying close attention to David's movements. The moment David used the portal, the Transcendent Kenny received the message. When David arrived at the command center, the two Transcendent Kenny and Dunbar were sitting inside. Master Leo and David were not very familiar with a few Weapon Master instructors. Beside them was Intelligence Officer Brennan, and at the end was Green. When they saw David enter, the two Transcendent Kenny and Dunbar stood up to welcome him with a smile. The rest of the people did not feel comfortable sitting down, so they all stood up. David, you've screwed Beta Energy over, the Transcendent Kenny said as soon as he saw David. It seemed that even they knew about Beta Energy. No wonder David felt that everyone was looking at him differently. One had to know that it was not easy to bring down a large company. David could be said to have set a precedent by bringing down a large company single-handedly. These people did not care about evidence at all. They only cared about the truth. Everyone knew that the massacre at Beta Energy was caused by David. However, on the Guardian planet, if everyone thought it was true, then it was true. Well, let's continue with the meeting. David could not lie to the Transcendent Kenny. There were too many people there, so David changed the topic. David, sit here. The Transcendent Dunbar pointed at the empty seat beside the two Transcendent and said, In an official meeting like this, the seating arrangement was very serious. The empty seat beside the two Transcendent was second only to the two Transcendents. David was a little hesitant. There were still a few instructors there. Sit down. We still have a meeting. The Transcendent Kenny waved his hand impatiently. In the eyes of the two Transcendent, David should sit in that seat. David had no choice but to sit down as the two Transcendent asked. The Transcendent Kenny turned to Brennan when he saw David sit down. Brennan, continue with the current situation. Yes. Brennan stood up and replied. He brought up the screen in front of him. A map of the base appeared on the screen. The map of the base showed a safe zone with a radius of 200 kilometers. There were not many level 1 Zergs in the safe zone. The number of Zergs was the same as usual. Outside the safe zone, level 1 Zergs were everywhere. The number of level 1 Zergs was almost uncountable. As shown on the map, a level 1 Zerg horde has formed. It matches the phenomenon of a Zerg horde. The opposing Zergs can coexist peacefully. However, this Zerg horde is not crazy. Instead, they are gathering as if they have received an order. At the same time, there are level 2 Zergs appearing among the level 1 Zergs. This has violated all the previous records of Zerg hordes. I think there must be a super strong Zerg commanding these Zergs. Brennan pointed at the map on the screen and analyzed. Brennan, other than our school base, are there any other signs of Zerg hordes? David raised his hand and asked. The 3 school bases, including the Krypton mine occupied by Slaw Combat College, are surrounded by Zerg hordes. The number is about the same as our school base. Brennan answered seriously. We don't have to worry about level 1 Zergs. We have a way to deal with them. After all these years, we have collected a lot of level 1 materials. The heavy defense machine gun uses level 1 bullets. It's enough for a large-scale war. Kenny Transcendent said to David with a smile. David was probably the only one here who did not understand the situation of the school base. Kenny Transcendent explained it to David. What we're worried about now is the number of level 2 Zergs. The Zerg horde is very cunning. Although level 2 Zergs appear from time to time, they're always hiding. It is very difficult to calculate their numbers. The number of defense missiles prepared by the school is limited, especially when there's a large number of level 1 Zergs. The level 2 Zergs can allow the level 1 Zergs to block the defense missiles at any time. This will increase the consumption of the defense missiles. Kenny Transcendent continued to explain. The school base collected a lot of level 1 Zerg corpses every day. This allowed the school base to have a huge amount of level 1 materials. A portion of these materials were transported to the school, but most of them were left in the school base. These level 1 materials were processed into level 1 bullets, which were used by heavy defense machine guns with a firing rate of 20,000. To the level 1 Zergs, it was a destructive line of defense. However, the level 2 Zergs were different. The defense of the level 2 Zergs was not afraid of level 1 bullets. Moreover, under the cover of the level 1 Zergs, Kaji's team was not easy to deal with. Other than the extremely powerful Kaji, the best way to deal with the level 2 Zergs was to use the defense missiles. However, the cost of the defense missiles aside, there was no guarantee that they could be used for a long time. David, I hope that you can provide long-range sniping support to ensure that the level 2 Zergs cannot get close to the base. Kenny Transcendent looked at David and said, I can only guarantee one side. I cannot guarantee the other positions. David nodded and said, That's enough. The senior students in the base have all returned. They will be responsible for the other 3 sides with the teachers. You will be responsible for the defense of the front. Kenny Transcendent said with satisfaction. David felt a wave of pressure. The defense of the front of the base could be said to be the heaviest. There was a gate here, and it was the weakest point of the base. It was also the most important point of attack for the Zergs. Yes, although he felt the pressure, David still responded. Once the level 3 Zergs appear, we will need your help. Transcendent Dunbar requested again. Sniping requires stamina. I don't know how many times I can fire. David said helplessly with a bitter smile. He did not want the 2 Transcendent to place their hopes on him. He was a sniper master, but every sniping was a drain on his body and the sniper rifle. If he continuously sniped for too long, not to mention his body, even the large caliber sniper rifle would not be able to withstand it. Don't worry about that. I knew that there was a sniper master here, so I ordered 3 Gaussian cannons long ago. I also prepared 500 level 2 Gaussian cannons and 20 level 3 Gaussian cannons. That's enough for you. Kenny Transcendent said with a hint of pride. Originally, the base did not have Gaussian cannons. Gaussian cannons required specially trained gunners to accurately hit the target. The defensive missiles were easy to operate and could automatically track the target. The base was not a military base, and no students would specially learn Gaussian cannons. The students here were all Kaji. However, after learning of David's identity as a sniper master, the Academy immediately purchased 3 Gaussian cannons and placed them at the front of the base. As long as we have enough ammo, I can guarantee that no level 2 Zergs will be able to get close to the front of the base. David promised in a deep voice. The 3 Gaussian cannons could be used in rotation. Under the premise of increasing their power, they could also fire once per second at a range of 5 kilometers. It could be said that once per second at a range of 5 kilometers, unless the level 2 Zergs form a large group, it would be very difficult for the level 2 Zergs to get close to the front of the base. Once the level 2 Zergs formed a large group, they would be the perfect target for the defensive missiles. They could use the least amount of defensive missiles to achieve the greatest effect. With a sniper master like David around, the pressure on the defense was greatly reduced, allowing everyone to relax. In fact, the pressure on the two Transcendent was much greater than that of David. If there were level 2 Zergs in the Zerg wave, there was a high possibility that a level 3 Zerg would appear. When that happened, it would be a battle between the two Transcendent. A level 3 Zerg that could control so many Zergs must be extremely powerful. Therefore, the Transcendent Dunbar hoped that David could help deal with the level 3 Zergs. Chapter 369. Principal Lek isn't here. David couldn't help but ask at the end of the meeting. Lek Transcendent was the strongest Transcendent of the First College of Iridia. With him here, the college base's top combat power would be even stronger. The principal went to the base of the Slaw Combat College. The defense facilities haven't been built yet. It's hard to resist the tide of insects. Although the Slaw Combat College has mobilized a lot of combat power, they still ask for the principal's help. But as long as there's a need, the principal will return immediately. Kenny Transcendent said helplessly. In fact, because the Krypton mine was discovered by David, and David was a student of the college, the First College of Iridia had a lot of shares in the Krypton mine. In order to ensure that a share wouldn't be affected, Lek Transcendent had to accept the invitation of the Slaw Combat College. Kenny Transcendent obviously couldn't say the benefits in front of everyone, so he could only give a simple explanation. When David walked out of the meeting room, his identity bracelet increased his authority in the base. 3 Gaussian cannons were set for him to use. Master David, wait. Green caught up with David as he walked and checked his identity bracelet. President Green, what's the matter? David turned around and asked. Don't call me President, just call me Green. I've been looking for a chance to thank you, but I haven't found the chance. In the future, if you need anything, as long as it's within the President's authority, I'll listen to you, Green said solemnly. When Green first got the President's position by accident, he was very grateful to David. He really wanted to thank David, but David had returned to the college and wasn't at the base. This made Green unable to thank him face to face. When David returned to the base, he heard the news about Bata Energy Company first. This let Green see David's means to the enemy. He was afraid that David would think that he looked down on people because he had become the president. He was so scared that he quickly caught up with David to show his loyalty. David didn't know what to say for a moment. How could he have known that he had killed a Transcendent and brought down a megacorporation? How could he have known the impact on the students of the academy? Master David, you go ahead. Green saw someone coming at this time and felt that something was wrong, so he took his leave. Master David, I have something to tell you. The one who came was Intelligence Officer Brennan. He looked at Green's departing figure with a hint of understanding at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at David and said, Intelligence Officer Brennan, please go ahead. David said with a smile. According to the latest information, a Transcendent named Edwin came to the Caterer Academy base the day before yesterday. Intelligence Officer Brennan said softly. David was slightly stunned. This Transcendent Edwin's name was so familiar. On second thought, wasn't this the legendary Tordo Fund that had disappeared? Thank you, Intelligence Officer Brennan. This information is very important to me. David thanked him sincerely. Principal Lek asked me to tell you that after the insect tide is over, the Academy will help you drive away the 2 legendary Tordo Fund. Intelligence Officer Brennan said with a smile. Intelligence Officer Brennan's words were to tell David that this information wasn't personally revealed to David by him. It was the Academy's idea, and the Academy supported David. Intelligence Officer Brennan, I don't understand why the military didn't do anything about this insect tide. David had wanted to ask during the meeting, but it wasn't the right place to do so. Brennan happened to be in charge of intelligence, so he asked since no one else was around. Intelligence Officer Brennan looked around and explained softly after making sure that no one was around, the military won't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. The insect tide is a crisis, but it's also the fastest growing experience for student Kaji. Both the academy and the military hope that this batch of students can grow faster so that they can play a role in the upcoming war. David nodded. This made sense. With the military's combat power in the war zone, it was very easy to eliminate an insect tide on the Guardian planet without any additional support. As long as the space weapons avoided the base, a few shots would be enough to wipe out a large area of Zergs. However, the consequence of using space weapons was that the environment of the Guardian planet would be directly destroyed, especially the few minerals on the Guardian planet. It would be even more devastating. Therefore, the military would not use such weapons unless it was absolutely necessary. 200 kilometers away from the base, the density of Zergs was getting denser, especially the weak level 1 Zergs. These Zergs were not strong in combat, but they had some special one-time use abilities. They were the Zerg's larvae that could rapidly evolve in a short period of time. Once these weak level 1 Zergs appeared, it meant that the Zergs were ready to attack. All the students within 200 kilometers of the base were recalled, including all the seniors. Even the students who were resting in the academy, as long as they had a certain level of strength, were all recalled to the base today. If David had not returned earlier, he would have been among those who answered the summons. David stood in the defense of the academy's main gate. He finally saw the true strength of the academy. There were more than 200 pinnacle-level Kaji. One should know that they were all students, and the oldest among them was no more than 30 years old. These 200 pinnacle-level Kaji would be considered the top geniuses in any organization, but they were only one of the geniuses here. The rest of the pinnacle-level Kaji could be seen everywhere. As long as they were seniors, at least half of them had the combat strength of a pinnacle-level Kaji. There were more than 20,000 Kaji who could fight head-on with the Zergs. These students were currently guarding different directions of the base according to the Academy's allocation. David was wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor. On his back was a custom-made super-caliber sniper rifle and a level 2 heavy axe. The defense he was in was a control room, and he could control 3 Gaussian cannons through the control equipment. David tapped lightly on his visor, and a 200-kilometer scanning image of the base appeared on his visor. This was one of his new privileges. Through the image on his visor, he could know in advance if there were any level 2 or 3 Zergs within 200 kilometers, so he could be prepared in time. "David, are you there?" Kenny's transcendent voice came from the channel. "I'm here," David replied. "I just received news from Warstar. Many regional battles have broken out there, and the Space Fleet needs to ensure that Warstar is locked down. Thus, the military won't be able to send reinforcements until the battles there are over," Kenny's transcendent sternly said. David was shocked. The base's confidence had originally been the military's reinforcements. No matter how strong the Zergs were, as long as the Academy sent reinforcements to the military, they would be able to end the Zerg wave in the shortest amount of time. However, things were different now. Warstar was far more important than the Guardian planets. No matter how great the losses on the Guardian planets were, the impact on the overall situation would be limited, but they could not afford to lose Warstar. If a level 2 Zerg tried to use the chaos on Warstar to break through the space defense line, the consequences would not just be the loss of the base on the Guardian planets. Thus, the mission of locking down Warstar was of utmost importance. The Space Fleet could not abandon their mission to reinforce the Guardian planets. How could there be such a coincidence? David asked in disbelief. This matter must be kept a secret, but don't worry. The Academy still has 3 Transcendent who can come to reinforce us at any time, and the Principal can also send reinforcements. The Zerg wave won't be much of a problem. Kenny's Transcendent could hear the worry in David's voice and reassured him. In truth, by telling this news to David, the Kenny's Transcendent treated David as an important core member of the Academy base. While they were talking, an alarm sounded through the channel. David and Kenny's Transcendent hurriedly ended the call and opened their respective scans. "All units, we've discovered poison impact beetles and corrosive larvae. There are approximately 50,000 of them. All units, activate the internal circulatory systems of your exoskeleton armor." Master Leo's voice rang out. Most of the Kaji here were students. Even though they often went out to fight, they still lacked experience, so they needed the guidance of a mentor. David's faceplate showed 50,000 weak Level 1 insectoids. These weak Level 1 insectoids had placed their main targets on the left and right sides of the base. The scan on the faceplate showed 2 red torrents rushing towards the 2 sides of the base. David actually did not want to stay in the base. He wanted to go to the front line, where the shadow attendant could absorb more soul energy. However, as a sniper master, in the eyes of the 2 Transcendent and the Academy, his greatest value was to control the 3 Gaussian cannons. The poison impact beetles and corrosive larvae's attack required them to pass through 200 kilometers of territory. Waiting for 50,000 weak Level 1 Zergs to reach the base was an extremely long time in the eyes of all the students. "They're here," Manuel, who was holding a large shield, said in a low voice as he felt the vibrations from the shield coming in contact with the ground. The students standing on the defensive wall also heard the vibrations from the ground. It was like the beating of a war drum. The students who had never experienced something like this before were a little short of breath. Maintain the battle formation. Just like the previous groups, pay attention to the coordination with the other groups around you. These are only weak Level 1 insectoids, not even Level 1 insectoids. Being afraid will only bring danger to your friends and classmates. Victory! The team leader in this direction roared loudly. Victory! The students followed suit and roared. Big Shield Kaji blocked the front. Set up the defensive formation. The team leader ordered loudly again. A row of Big Shield Kaji stepped forward and slammed their big shields into the ground. The sound of the big shields colliding with the alloy wall made every student's blood boil. By this time, the students could already see the weak Level 1 Zergs with their naked eyes. The ugly poison impact beetles were running while dark green liquid flowed out of their bodies. The corrosive larvae were smaller in size, and they were running together with the poison impact beetles. When these weak Level 1 Zergs were 500 meters away from the defensive wall, dozens of heavy defensive machine guns flipped over and appeared on the defensive wall. Then, these heavy defensive machine guns fired at a rate of 20,000 shots per minute. The Level 1 bullets formed a steel storm that instantly turned the weak Level 1 Zergs into a rain of blood. The poison impact beetles exploded before they died and turned into a poisonous mist. However, because they were still a few hundred meters away from the Academy base, the Academy base was not affected. At the same time, the corrosive larvae's bodies were torn apart by the steel storm formed by the Level 1 bullets, and they also corroded holes in the ground. The students who were ready to fight the weak Level 1 Zergs couldn't help but cheer when they saw the results of the heavy defensive machine guns. This kind of easy victory boosted the students' confidence. In fact, the Academy didn't lose anything. Although the Level 1 bullets fired were a little troublesome after the war ended, they could still retrieve them. In addition, although the bodies of the Zergs killed by these Level 1 bullets were badly mutilated, the Level 1 materials, such as teeth and claws, were still left behind. This was not a small gain. Of course, the most important thing was that these weak Level 1 Zergs couldn't even get close to the Academy. These Level 1 Zergs were used to get close to the target and then self-destruct. The Academy wouldn't risk the lives of the students to fight against these weak Level 1 Zergs. David looked at the dead Level 1 Zergs and felt as if ants were crawling on his heart. These were all souls. Pay attention to the sky. Level 1 Zergs vibrating flying ants. There are 5,000 of them, and they are approaching. Master Leo's voice sounded again, reminding the students to look ahead and not pay attention to the sky above them. The students couldn't be blamed for this. Due to the large number of poison impact beetles dying, the area in front of them had formed a green poisonous mist. The students couldn't see their targets clearly at all. Single team formation remained unchanged. Double team formation change to an anti-air formation. Every 2 teams cooperate. The area captain ordered loudly. On the defensive wall, Kaji's team walked into the battle formation of Kaji's team and formed an anti-air formation. The vibrating flying ants were very fast. Not long after Master Leo's reminder, a buzzing sound came from the sky. One by one, The vibrating flying ants flew to the top of the base and then swooped down in a straight line. The base's anti-air machine guns opened fire. The vibrating flying ants exploded into green fragments in the air and fell to the ground. Many of the students who looked up at the sky were drenched in green blood. However, none of them moved or wiped themselves off, allowing the green blood to flow from the exoskeleton armor to the chest armor. It was unknown whether the Academy did this on purpose or if the anti-air machine guns couldn't completely cover the attack, but a small number of the vibrating flying ants charged towards Kaji's head. What welcomed them were the grade weapons that had been prepared beforehand. First, the grade shields and warhammers collided with each other, interrupting the charge of the vibrating flying ants. Then, the sharp grade weapons reaped the lives of the vibrating flying ants. Shield Kaji and Warhammer Kaji were constantly injured from the recoil. Immediately, Shield Kaji and Warhammer Kaji were replaced by another team. The injured Shield Kaji and Warhammer Kaji were immediately treated by a specialized medical team. They used the battlefield gene repair cabin to quickly heal them. The number of vibrating flying ants exposed by the Academy's anti-air machine guns was just the limit of what Kaji could handle. This allowed Kaji to train in battle without causing too many deaths. At most, he would only suffer some serious injuries. Chapter 370. The Shadow Attendant was currently standing 40 meters above David's head. The battle on both sides had nothing to do with David, so the Shadow Attendant was unable to absorb any souls. However, the Shadow Attendant's position was an excellent vantage point, allowing David to clearly see the situation around him. David looked at the swarm of vibrating flying ants. A vibrating flying ant with an aura that was different from the vibrating flying ants beside it was descending with the swarm. After interacting with the king of the insect swarm many times, David was already familiar with the king of the insect swarm. This vibrating flying ant was clearly a vibrating flying ant king. Of course, the vibrating flying ant itself was very weak, and its king was only at the peak of level 1. Therefore, it was not marked in the basis scan. David operated a Gaussian cannon and quickly entered the coordinates, locking onto the vibrating flying ant king in a second. He did not immediately attack because his Gaussian cannon compartment was filled with level 2 ammo. It would be a waste to use it on the vibrating flying ant king. Furthermore, it was hard to say if the vibrating flying ant king could pass through the anti-air machine gun, so David only locked onto the vibrating flying ant king. This vibrating flying ant king descended to the left under the cover of many other vibrating flying ants. David's fortification was nearly 3 kilometers away. When the anti-air machine gun attacked the vibrating flying ant king, a swarm of vibrating flying ants blocked the front of the vibrating flying ant king, allowing it to pass through the anti-air machine gun's blockade. Be careful, they're the vibrating flying ant king. The zone captain was very experienced, so he was the first to discover that something was wrong, so he immediately warned loudly. However, the vibrating flying ant king's descent was too fast. It was only 5 meters away from Kaji, and by the time Kaji heard the warning, it was already too late for him to reorganize his defenses. Previously, due to the vibrating flying ant's weakness, Kaji and Warhammer Kaji were able to resolve the vibrating flying ant's downward momentum as long as they carefully blocked it. However, the vibrating flying ant king was different. Although it was only a pinnacle rank 1 Zerg, its actual combat power was not weaker than a rank 2 Zerg. There were very few Kaji students who could face a level 2 insectoid alone. At the very least, there was none among the Kaji students below. The area captain was already prepared to accept the loss of his student Kaji. Below him, the student Kaji gritted his teeth and prepared to fight for his life. At this moment, a grade 2 Gaussian artillery shell flew over at a speed invisible to the naked eye, accurately hitting the head of the vibrating flying ant king. Kaji's head was drenched in green blood. Next, Akaji used his shield to block the vibrating flying ant king's corpse to the side. This Kaji turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw that one of the 3 newly added Gaussian cannons was turning towards him. "Thank you, Great Master David." This Kaji loudly thanked him in the public channel. "Be careful, do not use the channel." Immediately, a teacher warned. During the war, no one was allowed to use the public channel. The public channel was the best channel to receive important information during crucial moments. The Kaji did not say anything else. He only used his shield to perform a Kaji salute towards the Gaussian cannon in the distance. The other Kaji and the nearby Kaji also used the time during the war to perform a Kaji salute in the direction of the Gaussian cannon to express their gratitude towards David for lending a helping hand. In the operations room, Transcendent Kenny and Transcendent Dunbar looked at each other with shock in their eyes. At a distance of 3,000 meters, with the influence of the other vibrating flying ants, in such a chaotic environment, accurately hitting the head of the vibrating flying ant king was truly a terrifying sniper. It was important to note that the vibrating flying ant king's speed was extremely fast. With so many vibrating flying ants protecting the surroundings, it was not easy to lock onto the vibrating flying ant king. In addition, David had clearly waited for the Kaji below to be unable to deal with it before killing the vibrating flying ant king. From this, it could be seen that David had been very calm during the process of killing the vibrating flying ant king. David was not using the sniper rifle that he was already used to. Instead, he was using a Gaussian cannon. Although the trajectory calculations were the same, the way they were used was completely different. Transcendent Dunbar joked, "Why don't we lure Archie and Edwin over and let David kill them directly?" Although it was a joke, Transcendent Dunbar's words showed that David's Gaussian cannon was powerful enough to kill Transcendent. A Gaussian cannon was much more powerful than a sniper rifle. Even David's custom-made sniper rifle was far inferior to a Gaussian cannon in terms of firing speed and caliber. This could be seen from the Gaussian cannon's huge body. If the Gaussian cannon was replaced with a third-grade bullet, it could penetrate Transcendent's armor in one shot. With the caliber of the Gaussian cannon, as long as it hit the body, the target would have no chance of surviving. Transcendent Kenny shook his head and said, "I really can't imagine how David trained his sniping ability." It was not that the First College of Iridia did not have any Kaji snipers. It was just that Kaji snipers rarely came to the base. In the 4 years of university life, sniping Kaji snipers was still practicing the basics and could not become a fighting force. Sniping Kaji snipers' talent was discovered, and they entered university to learn sniping techniques. During this process, they also had to practice their physical skills. Normally, sniping Kaji snipers would only be able to get their hands on a sniper rifle in their second year of university. After that, the training would be boring and simple. They would constantly use bullets every day to increase their sniping experience. Due to the recoil of sniping Kaji snipers, the number of times they could practice each day was limited. This also caused sniping Kaji snipers to improve very slowly. This was also why it was rare to see sniping Kaji snipers in the college. These sniping Kaji snipers were trained in specialized sniping areas. Geniuses are all special. Look at David's academic results. He is also number 1 in the college. This kind of talent is really incomparable. Transcendent Dunbar was also very envious of David's talent. Although he was already a transcendent, it was only because of his physical skills, talent, and luck. If he did not use the transcendent power, he would not dare say that he could beat David. When the vibrating flying ants were all killed, the poison impact beetles and corrosive mutant larvae all fell within a few hundred meters of the base. With the heavy machine guns equipped with level 1 bullets, dealing with these weak level 1 Zergs was simply a massacre. After fighting a battle, the students could not help but shout in excitement. They waved the weapons in their hands. When they could face off against tens of thousands of Zergs and fight back, they had become true war Kaji snipers. Many Kaji snipers would not be able to face the situation that these students faced in their lifetime. These Kaji snipers would eventually return to the city and become law enforcement officers or become criminals. This kind of opportunity was too rare for the college. It allowed the students to come into contact with the Zerg War earlier with minimal danger. Otherwise, these students would enter the military after graduation and go to Warstar to face the Zerg War that was 100 times crueler. The immense pressure and fear would cause many to lose their lives before they could even display their true strength. All attention. Level 1 Zerg Hunter Mantis detected. There are 5,000 of them. Level 1 Zerg Flash Bug detected. There are 5,000 of them. Level 2 Zerg Armored Rock Bug detected. There are 20 of them. Level 2 Zerg Explosive Spray Bug detected. There are 5 of them. Master Leo's voice sounded again. This time, even Master Leo's voice was serious. The Hunter Mantis and the Flash Leaping Bug were both agile insectoids. Not only were they fast, but they were also good at changing directions while charging. The Flash Leaping Bug, in particular, could make use of its powerful jumping ability to leap hundreds of meters in one go. The Armored Rock Bug was in Zerg with an extremely high defense. At least, the heavy machine guns would not be able to break through the defense of the Armored Rock Bug. The Explosive Spray Bug was a long-range Zerg. It had an extremely long-range attack and was very effective against the base. This time, the Zerg attack was not a probing attack like before. David had a clearer view of the Bug Horde's team through the visor. 20 huge Armored Rock Bugs were at the front. Behind them were 5,000 Hunter Mantis and 5,000 Flash Bugs. The 5 Explosive Spray Bugs were surrounded by 10,000 Level 1 Zergs. Even the Explosive Spray Bugs had Level 1 Zergs blocking the attacks for them. The defensive missile base of the college base. 20 defensive missiles were launched into the air. When they reached 50 meters, they suddenly changed direction and flew towards the Zerg wave. The target of the 20 defensive missiles was very clear. It was the 20 Armored Rock Bugs. David had seen how terrifying the defensive missiles were. Just when he thought that the 20 Armored Rock Bugs were dead for sure, 5 Explosive Spray Bugs shot out energy beams from within the Zerg wave. This time, it was a mobile continuous shot. The energy beams formed an energy net in the sky in front of the Armored Rock Bugs. Out of the 20 defensive missiles, 15 of them were hit by the energy beams and disintegrated in the air. As for the remaining 5 missiles, when they got close to the Zerg wave, they were shot down by a dozen Flash Bugs in a suicidal manner. At this moment, the jumping advantage of the Flash Bugs was displayed. Under the premise of not being afraid of life, the ability of the Flash Bugs to block the defensive missiles was too strong. In the countless years of war with the Interstellar Federation, the Zerg race had developed many abilities that could counter the Federation's weapons. For example, the energy beam of the Explosive Spray Bugs and the active collision of the Flash Bugs. The 5 Explosive Spray Bugs opened their mouths. A dozen Hunter Mantises jumped into the mouths of the Explosive Spray Bugs without any hesitation. The Explosive Spray Bugs bit down, and these Hunter Mantises became the energy source of the Explosive Spray Bugs. Every time the Explosive Spray Bugs shot out energy, it would deplete the energy stored in their body. Especially the continuous shot just now, it would greatly deplete the stored energy. Under the command of a higher-level Zerg race, once the Zerg race's cooperation was formed, their power would far surpass their individual combat ability. If the Explosive Spray Bugs used up a large amount of energy during normal times, they would have to slowly search for food to recover. It would take them half a day or even a few days to recover. However, under the command of a higher-level Zerg race, the Explosive Spray Bugs were like a perpetual motion machine. As long as there was a Level 1 Zerg, there would be an endless supply of energy. David, you need to kill these 5 Explosive Spray Bugs in advance. Don't let them get close to the base. Transcendent Kenny requested David in the comms channel. No problem. David expressed that he understood. Actually, the best choice at this moment was for a Transcendent to go over and directly descend into the Zerg race. Level 1 Zergs did very little damage to the Transcendent anyway. Under the premise of ignoring the damage of a Level 1 Zerg, killing 5 Explosive Spray Bugs would not be a problem. However, it was obvious that the 2 Transcendent did not want to move. David did not need to know the reason. It was just to let his student, Kaji, experience the power of these powerful zergs. When they were 10 kilometers away from the base, the 5 explosive spray bugs advanced together with the zerg race while opening their mouths to shoot out energy beams. This distance was not the best range for the explosive spray bugs, so when the energy beams hit the alloy defensive wall, they only left a shallow dent. However, this also made all the students nervous. The alloy defensive wall was very hard. To be able to leave a dent on the alloy defensive wall at a distance of 10 kilometers was already very powerful. If this attack hit Kaji, even the big shield Kaji would be seriously injured. At this time, the students on the defensive wall had already changed into a multi-layer defensive formation. The 3 groups cooperated with each other, and the 3 big shield Kaji were the front. They formed a layered defense, ready to receive the energy beams of the explosive spray bugs at any time. Even though all the students knew that as long as they hid behind the defensive wall, they would be able to avoid the attack of the explosive spray bugs, no one did so. The order given to the students was to defend the defensive wall. Every area of the defensive wall had a designated student guarding it. They had received combat training since they were young, so they would not give up on defending their position. What was strange was that when the Zerg tide entered the 10-kilometer range, they began to slow down. It was as if they were preparing for the continuous attack of the explosive spray bugs. However, David remembered that the best attack range of the explosive spray bugs was 4 to 5 kilometers. This kind of long-distance attack made David feel that something was wrong. However, David did not discover anything at this time. He could only stay in the defensive wall and wait for the Zerg tide to come closer. The movement of the 20 armored rock bugs was even louder than the previous attack of the 50,000 weak ones. The Kaji students on the defensive wall could feel the wall trembling. Finally, the Zerg tide entered the 5-kilometer range. This time, the Zerg tide was attacking the main gate. As long as they entered the 5-kilometer range, they would be in the attack range of the Gaussian cannons. Just as David was waiting for the explosive spray bugs to enter the 5-kilometer range, 5 explosive spray bugs simultaneously opened their mouths and shot 5 energy beams at David. With a boom, a hole the size of a person was blasted into the main gate of the base. Immediately, more than 10 repair robots rushed up and began to repair it. Chapter 371. A hole appeared in the gate of the first college of Iridia's base. As if it was an order, the armored rock worms began to speed up, followed by the hunter mantises and flash bugs. Under the protection of more than 500 hunter mantises, the 5 explosive sprayer bugs stopped 5 kilometers away from Kieran. More than 10 hunter mantises voluntarily entered the mouths of the explosive bugs and used their bodies to replenish the bugs' energy. On one hand, the hunter mantises were there to protect the explosive beetles. On the other hand, they were there to provide energy for the beetles. Although the explosive bugs were within the range of the Gaussian cannons, David was still confident. He did not fire immediately. Instead, he aimed all 3 Gaussian cannons. The explosive bugs were too accurate. As long as they retreated a little, they would be out of the range of the Gaussian cannons. Therefore, David decided to kill as many explosive bugs as possible in the first round of attack. The students on the front wall looked at the second wave of bugs with a serious expression. The 3 Gaussian cannons were fired in a row. The students could not see the situation 5 kilometers away, but the 2 transcendent in the gunner room saw it clearly. After the 3 Gaussian cannons were fired, 3 explosive bugs were hit at the same time. Before the explosive beetle died, it turned into a fireball and surrounded the hunter mantises in the fireball. The remaining 2 explosive bugs retreated immediately. However, just as they retreated, 2 more Gaussian cannons hit them. Of all the bugs that stayed 5 kilometers away, only a few hunter mantises that were further away survived. However, they were also injured by the explosion. The 2 transcendent were shocked by David again. The 3 Gaussian cannons locked onto 3 targets at the same time and fired continuously at the fastest speed. If the first 3 Gaussian cannons were prepared, then the second 2 Gaussian cannons would need to be adjusted again. From this, one could see how crazy David's method of using the Gaussian cannon was. Originally, the first Gaussian cannon would fire, then the second Gaussian cannon would aim and fire, and then the third Gaussian cannon would aim and fire. This method allowed the Gaussian cannon's attack speed to not be affected due to the lack of time to recover. However, David was aiming at multiple targets at the same time and instantly unleashing the power of the three Gaussian cannons. This was definitely a sure kill for a small number of targets. Imagine if David wasn't shooting at the explosive sprayer bugs, but at a single target. At the same time, 3 second-grade Gaussian cannonballs would be enough to seal off all of the target's escape routes, ensuring that the target would have nowhere to run. Although the students didn't see the result of the sniping, the continuous explosions in the distance let them know that David's sniping was successful. Without the danger of long-range attacks, the students cheered loudly, and their fighting spirit grew even stronger. David waited for a few seconds to let the 3 Gaussian cannons recover. Then, he changed his target to the 20 armored rock bugs. This kind of charging straight line was the easiest target to snipe, so David didn't need to use much of his brain power. He only needed to rely on his sniper master's instinct to lock onto the target. The 3 Gaussian cannons were firing at a steady rate of 1 shot per second, and with each shot, 1 armored rockworm would fall to the ground. The armored rock bugs didn't seem to be afraid of death. Even when their companions fell, they still didn't stop charging. When there were still 500 meters left in the insect tide, the last armored rockworm also fell. After that, the heavy machine gun took over the attack, and the hunter mantises were completely exposed to the storm of first-grade bullets. This time, the students on the defensive wall couldn't continue watching because the flash bugs were jumping towards Kaji, who was on top of the defensive wall. The students who were full of fighting spirit were not afraid of the flash bugs at all. Under the command of the zone captain, Kaji's team on the defensive wall cooperated with the zone's formation. A flash bug used a strange flight path when it jumped and luckily avoided the heavy machine gun's defense. When it fell toward the top of the defensive wall, Kaji's big shield had already blocked its falling position. Following the clash between the flash beetle and the shield, the flash beetle, which had yet to stabilize its body, was struck by a series of weapons. From the moment it fell to the moment it was killed, the flash beetle didn't even manage to launch a decent attack during the entire process. Of course, there were some flash bugs that successfully jumped onto the defensive wall and caused chaos in the battle formation. However, Kaji's team immediately came to the rescue and stabilized the battle formation. David, the situation is not right. The bugs 200 kilometers away are retreating. This bug tide has a strong start but weak finish. Kenny Transcendent said to David in the communication channel. Kenny Transcendent was in charge of the safety of the Academy's base, and he was very concerned about any unexpected situations. The original plan was to use this bug tide to train the students' teamwork and mentality when facing a bug tide. When the bug tide got stronger, the defense system would go all out. A large number of defensive missiles and even more heavy defensive machine guns would all be used to prevent the students from suffering heavy casualties. They even prepared a contingency plan in case a third-grade bug appeared. However, the reality was that there were only 2 waves of bugs. Although the bug tide wasn't weak, it was definitely not strong. It wasn't even 1/3 of the expected bug tide. How are things on the principal's side? David asked with concern. Principal Lek Transcendent was protecting the kryptonite mine. David had a vested interest in it, so of course David paid a lot of attention to it. The bug tide over there is about the same as here. It will probably end in another 5 minutes. Kenny Transcendent replied. Are these bugs here to die? David asked in confusion. Damn it. Cater Academy sent a distress signal. They can't hold on any longer. Kenny Transcendent suddenly shouted. How are we going to reinforce them? We only have 2 Transcendent here. Although the bug tide has retreated, who knows if a third-grade bug will suddenly appear? Transcendent Dunbar said in a deep voice. Although they were allies with Cater Academy, Transcendent Dunbar was not willing to abandon the students and the base to reinforce Cater Academy under such circumstances. Of course, The most important reason was that Transcendent Dunbar, who had a deep understanding of Cater Academy's strength, did not believe that Cater Academy would be defeated by the bug tide. It should be known that Cater Academy had 2 Transcendent arranged by the Academy itself. In addition to Archie and Edwin sent by the Tordo Fund, there were 4 Transcendents combat strength. As long as Cater Academy needed it, they could quickly reinforce multiple Transcendent at any time through the teleportation portal at Cater Academy. How could such a powerful academy be defeated by the bug tide? Transcendent Dunbar even suspected that the enemy was plotting something. Kenny Transcendent did not know how to make a decision, so he contacted Le Transcendent and said, "I'll ask the principal immediately. It's up to the principal to decide whether or not to reinforce them." An hour ago, the atmosphere in Cater Academy's base had been relaxed. The students wore exoskeleton armors and stood on the defensive wall. They all knew that their base's defense was foolproof. This was because there were 4 Transcendent in the base, which was far more than the other 2 Academy's Transcendent bases. During the 1-hour bug tide, it was just as they had imagined. The bug tide could not get close to the base at all in the face of the heavy defensive machine guns and missiles. The few bugs that managed to climb up the defensive wall also became the students' training targets. However, when the last batch of bugs got close to the base, something unexpected happened. Before Transcendent Gollowin could come out and clean them up, the 10 explosive spray bugs concentrated all their energy beams and attacked the Academy base's gate. Together with the defensive barrier and the alloy gate, they were all destroyed by the violent energy beams. Even the alloy gate was shattered into pieces, and the maintenance robots could not repair it in a short period of time. Just as Transcendent Glenn soared into the sky, he saw the ground in front of the base's gate suddenly sink in, and a huge hole appeared. Glenn Transcendent did not understand what had happened. With all the defensive equipment in Cater Academy's base, a hole under the ground should not have happened. It was important to know that no matter what kind of digging method was used, there would be strange noises when facing hard rocks. These strange noises would be captured by the base's defense system, and a single penetrator missile would be enough to make the hole and all the lives in it disappear instantly. However, the huge hole in front of him showed just how big the hole under the ground was. If such a big hole had not been discovered by the defense system, could it be that this hole had existed before? However, Glenn Transcendent immediately dismissed this idea. The base's security area would be fully scanned every once in a while. If there was a hole in the ground, the base would have discovered it a long time ago. Gilman Transcendent, who was guarding the base, also rose into the air and said as he flew towards the hole, "I'll take care of this. Glenn, you go take care of the explosive bugs." In his opinion, if the explosive bugs were not taken care of as soon as possible, it would be a big problem. The students could not withstand the energy beams of 10 explosive bugs. "All right, you have to be careful," Transcendent Gollowin replied. When Glenn Transcendent was about to fly back to the explosive bugs, he took one last look at the hole and felt that it was extremely dangerous. Gilman Transcendent flew to the hole, and a gray mist spewed out of the hole. Transcendent Gilman felt his hair stand on end. His sense of danger told him not to touch the gray mist, but he was flying towards the hole, and the gray mist was rushing towards him. Even as a Transcendent, his control of his body was far better than Kaji's, but he could not immediately change his momentum to retreat, and his left and right were limited by the hole. Helplessly, Gilman Transcendent used the Transcendent's power to cover his body, trying to forcefully resist the gray mist. The gray mist surrounded Gilman Transcendent, and then something happened that shocked Glenn Transcendent. He saw Gilman Transcendent fall into the hole like a stone. Gilman, Extraordinary Glenn, cried out in grief and indignation. He did not care about the 10 explosive bugs in the distance. He wanted to see Gilman Transcendent's situation, but he knew very well that when Gilman Transcendent fell, Gilman Transcendent was already dead. "Archie, Edwin, come and help." Glenn Transcendent thought of the other 2 Transcendent and could not help but ask loudly. 2 green figures appeared in the air. It was Archie Transcendent, who could not use one hand, and Edwin Transcendent, who had just arrived. That's it. Transcendent Archie flew to the top of the hole and saw the gray mist that had not completely dissipated. He could not help but cry out in shock. His left hand had not been amputated, but he still had a glimmer of hope. In fact, he could not feel his left hand for a long time, and even the Transcendent's power did not work. Seeing the gray mist again reminded him of the scene he did not want to remember. Transcendent Archie almost wanted to turn around and leave, but he was stopped by Edwin Transcendent. "Archie, do you know what is inside?" Transcendent Edwin asked in a deep voice. Transcendent Edwin and Transcendent Archie were both transcendent of the Tordo Fund, but the two were completely different. Archie Transcendent was only there to repay a debt of gratitude, and he would leave after the debt of gratitude was paid. Transcendent Edwin, on the other hand, was a consecrated of the Tordo Fund, and this time he came to investigate and solve the problem. Especially after the massacre at the Badu Energy Company and the subsequent events, Edwin Chaufan had received a must-kill order from the Airto Foundation. He had to get rid of David and not bring the same trouble to the Airto Foundation. This was the conclusion given by the Tordo Fund's think tank. After the think tank studied David's information, they came to the conclusion that they could not be enemies with David. Once they were enemies, the best way was to immediately kill David. Because of the Tordo Fund's first successor, Horace Archie Transcendent's erroneous report, the Tordo Fund felt that they had reached a point where they would not rest until David was dead. That was why Edwin Transcendent came. When Transcendent Edwin first came, the Tordo Fund wanted to use the alliance between Cater College and the First College of Iridia to reach a settlement with David. However, the Badu Energy Massacre and the aftermath made the Tordo Fund not dare to take the risk. They believed that the two Transcendent would definitely be able to get rid of David. Archie Transcendent was stopped by Edwin Transcendent, so he could only helplessly reply, "It's the Stone-Skin Worm King." Just as Archie Transcendent was speaking, an angry roar came from the hole. This angry roar was completely targeted at Archie Transcendent. The three Transcendent present could hear this from the Stone-Skin Worm King's angry roar. Glenn Transcendent turned to look at Archie Transcendent and said with an angry tone, "Archie, this Stone-Skin Worm King was brought here by you." Although it was an insectoid tide, no level 3 insectoid had ever used this method to attack a base. This very special level 3 insectoid king had a strong hatred for Archie Transcendent. Needless to say, he could guess why the Stone-Skin Worm King was here. Chapter 372. Archie wanted to argue, but he also heard the angry roar of the Stone-Skinned Worm King. He understood the meaning of the roar very well. Transcendent Archie didn't understand why the Stone-Skinned Worm King was chasing him all the way to the Academy base. After all, he was the victim. He was surrounded by the stone-skinned worms for no reason. He was injured and ran away. Even Harisu, who was under his protection, sacrificed himself to escape. Archie Transcendent Archie couldn't use his left arm at all. He could be amputated at any time. Under such circumstances, the Stone-Skinned Worm King still wouldn't let him go. As a matter of fact, this insect wave was caused by the Stone-Skinned Worm King. As a rank 3 arachnid and the king of the arachnids, the status of the Stone-Skinned Worm King was even higher than a normal rank 3 arachnid. Plus, the Stone-Skinned Worm King had a terrifying mutation ability. This made it a very powerful leader among the arachnids in this area. In the past, due to the presence of its natural enemy, the king of the iron-winged bat-bugs, the king of the stone-skinned worms was still somewhat restricted. Now, without the king of the iron-winged bat-bugs, the king of the stone-skinned worms had absolute leadership in this area. Under such circumstances, the stone-skinned worm king started an insect wave that only rank 3 arachnids and above could do under many restrictions. It was all to find its treasure, the incubating crystal. Originally, the stone-skinned worm king wanted to find the incubating crystal, and its first target was of course David, the thief. However, as a sniper master, David didn't even leave a trace of his aura for the stone-skinned worm king. Even the incubation crystal was stored in a portal item, so not a trace of its aura leaked out. This made it impossible for the stone-skinned worm king to find any clues about the incubating crystal. However, the stone-skinned worm king knew very well that the human's hiding place was in one of the 3 bases in this area. After that, there was one more base that wasn't completed yet. In total, there were 4 bases. The stone-skinned worm king needed a clear target. The petrified presence of Archie Transcendent's left arm and Archie Transcendent's own presence were the best guides. On the day they lost the incubating crystal, only Archie Transcendent and Esmond Transcendent managed to escape. Esmond Transcendent was poisoned to death by Little White, so there was no trace of his presence. Only Archie Transcendent's presence was left. Therefore, the Cater Academy base where Archie Transcendent lived became the stone-skinned worm king's target. The sly stone-skinned worm king mobilized all the arachnids in this area and divided them into 4 groups to attack the 4 bases so that they couldn't support each other. The stone-skinned worms, on the other hand, used the ability granted to them by the pregnancy crystal stone. They used their ability to control the rocks underground to silently open up a tunnel that led directly to the main entrance of Cater Base. Edwin Transcendent didn't want the 2 Transcendent to get into a fight, so he quickly said, "Glenn, no matter what the reason is, let's deal with the arachnids first." Transcendent Glenn's eyes were already bloodshot. 4 Transcendent Archie, Transcendent Gilman had died for no reason. This was a huge loss to the Academy, and he had also lost a good friend. He forcefully suppressed the urge to kill Archie Transcendent. He was the only Transcendent left in the Academy base. He needed to protect his students and report this to the Academy. Glenn Transcendent wanted to kill the vice principal who allowed Archie Transcendent and Edwin Transcendent to enter the Academy base. It was because of this vice principal's personal relationship with the Tordo Fund that the Academy had to pay such a huge price. All instructors immediately organized the students into the safety room of the base and sealed the base to wait for reinforcements from the Academy. Glenn Transcendent ordered loudly as he sent out a distress signal to Cater Academy and the other Academy bases. Transcendent Glenn calmed down and analyzed the situation before decisively giving out the order. This order might increase the Academy base's losses by several times, but it would protect the students. He compared the arachnid's combat power to his own side. Although he didn't know how strong the Stone-Skinned Worm King was, he could imagine how terrifying it was just by looking at Archie Transcendent's condition. On his side, Transcendent Gilman's death had created a rift between the 3 Transcendent, and it was hard to say if Archie Transcendent could even face the Stone-Skinned Worm King. The biggest possibility was that Archie Transcendent would turn tail and run as soon as the Stone-Skinned Worm King appeared. The other Transcendent, Edwin, wasn't trustworthy either. Edwin Transcendent wasn't a part of the Academy and wouldn't consider the Academy's interests. He would run at any time when there was danger. Now that the students were fighting against the level 1 arachnids, and there were still explosive bugs attacking from afar, if they didn't retreat now, they would be even more helpless when the Stone-Skinned Worm King appeared. Sealing the base was the last safety measure. When that time came, only the safety room wouldn't shrink, and the other rooms would be squeezed together to form a super thick alloy wall. It wouldn't be easy for the arachnids to break through the outer alloy wall of the safety room. The super thick alloy wall was made up of hundreds of alloy walls outside the base, and it would be enough to protect the people inside until reinforcements arrived. However, the consequence of doing so was that most of the base's facilities would be destroyed, including many expensive equipment and a large amount of resources. Fortunately, Glenn Transcendent had absolute authority in the Academy base. Although his order was unacceptable to the instructors, they immediately ordered the students to enter the depths of the base. The instructors, who rarely fought, joined the battle and helped the students to quickly end the battle and began to evacuate. Just as the students were about to evacuate, a huge stone ball suddenly popped out of the hole. It was an elite stone-skinned worm that was thrown out by the Stone-Skinned Worm King. This elite stone-skinned worm was covered in thick stones that were specially strengthened with special energy. Glen Transcendent reacted quickly and smashed the Grade 3 Warhammer in his hand heavily on the stone ball. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone ball. The vibrations of the Grade 3 Warhammer caused the elite stone-skinned worm in the middle to be impacted, but with the stone ball's mitigation, the impact only slightly injured the worm. With the recovery ability of the elite stone-skinned worm, this minor injury could be quickly healed. Just as Glen Transcendent was about to continue attacking, the cracks on the stone ball's surface instantly covered every inch of the stone ball's surface. Glen Transcendent felt the surge of energy and instinctively used his Grade 3 Warhammer to block in front of him. He curled up his body and tried to reduce the area of the attack as much as possible. The stones on the elite stone-skinned worm's body were guided by the special energy and shot out in all directions. The incubator stone caused the stone-skinned worms to mutate, and this elite stone-skinned worm had an extremely strong innate ability to defend against stones. Now that it was fully activated, the stone's attack power was close to that of a Transcendent's normal attack. One had to know that there were countless stones, and each of them had a terrifying attack power. The three Transcendent in the sky used their own methods to defend against the stones, but there were still dozens of students and 2 instructors who were unable to evacuate in time. They were still exposed to the stone's attack range. These students and instructors had almost no ability to resist, and the exoskeleton armor on their bodies couldn't provide them with much defense. In just a short second, the students' screams and the instructors' roars finally disappeared. When the stone's attack range ended, not a single student or instructor could survive. Glen Transcendent also saw this, but there was nothing he could do. This was the power of a quasi-Grade 3 mutated elite stone-skinned worm. Even he had to be careful. The elite stone-skinned worm that had lost the protection of the stones fell back into the hole. Then, a 15-meter long stone-skinned worm rushed out of the hole. It was the stone-skinned worm king. The stone-skinned worm king rushed towards Archie Transcendent, not caring about the other 2 Transcendent at all. Archie Transcendent didn't even hesitate. He immediately turned around and ran, which was exactly what Glen Transcendent expected. Archie Transcendent didn't run away from the base. Instead, he wanted to rush into the base. He knew that the base was being sealed. As long as he entered the safe room, he wouldn't have to worry about the stone-skinned worm king's attack. Just as he was about to reach the exit where the students were retreating, a rank 3 Warhammer flew towards him. Archie instinctively stopped and dodged the rank 3 Warhammer's attack. After this delay, the exit was sealed, and the entire base was filled with the sound of all sorts of things being crushed. Transcendent Gollowin's figure flashed as he retrieved his rank 3 Warhammer. Just a moment ago, he had thrown his weapon out to block Transcendent Archie's path. Glen Transcendent was very worried. If Archie Transcendent entered the safe room, the Stone-Skinned Worm King would very likely go crazy and destroy the sealed base. If Archie Transcendent used the portal at this time, the Stone-Skinned Worm King might even find and destroy the foundation of the base, the portal. This was something Glen Transcendent couldn't bear. Once the portal was exposed and damaged, Cater Academy's many years of hard work would suffer a huge loss. Glen Transcendent's body suddenly rose up when he saw the Academy's base begin to seal. Glen Transcendent shouted at Archie Transcendent, who was still trying to find another exit, "Archie, get out of the Academy's base now, or I'll fight you to the death." Even Edwin Transcendent could see that the Stone-Skinned Worm King's target was Archie Transcendent. He said to Archie Transcendent, "Don't dodge, Archie. Let's kill this worm together." As he spoke, Edwin Transcendent held his Grade 3 long sword and accelerated towards the Stone-Skinned Worm King. Through his observation, he could see that the Stone-Skinned Worm King's speed was very slow. For a Grade 3 insectoid, this speed could be described as extremely slow. Therefore, Edwin Transcendent regained his confidence and wanted to stop the Stone-Skinned Worm King. Of course, even though he was confident, he was still very vigilant. He didn't fight the Stone-Skinned Worm King head-on. Instead, he used his speed to dodge the 15-meter long Stone-Skinned Worm King's body. The grade 3 longsword swept across the stone-skinned Worm King's body, and a shallow wound appeared on the stone-skinned Worm King's skin. Green blood oozed out of the wound, but before the green blood oozed out enough, the wound healed. Seeing the stone-skinned Worm King's recovery ability, Edwin Transcendent immediately gave up on the idea of fighting and retreated. Fortunately, he retreated at this time. The stone-skinned Worm King felt its body being attacked and spat out a mouthful of gray gas. Although the stone-skinned Worm King's movement speed was slow, the gray gas it spat out was extremely fast. If Edwin Transcendent wasn't thinking of retreating at the same time, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the gray gas. Edwin Transcendent retreated from the edge of the gray gas by a hair's breadth. That kind of extreme danger made him break out in cold sweat. After escaping, he looked up and saw Archie Transcendent speeding away. Archie Transcendent didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he almost died. The 10 explosive bugs changed their target and spat out energy beams towards Archie Transcendent. Archie Transcendent was only focused on escaping, so he was hit by a few energy beams. The grade 3 Transcendent armor provided enough defense for him. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Archie Transcendent successfully escaped. The stone-skinned Worm King roared angrily. It didn't stay in the base any longer. It looked in the direction where Archie Transcendent had escaped and jumped back into the hole. As the stone-skinned Worm King retreated, all the other arachnids paused for a moment. Then the arachnids in the arachnid tide turned around and fled. Without the order of the bug tide, the rank 1 bugs didn't dare to get close to Transcendent. Glenn Transcendent looked coldly at Edwin Transcendent and said, "Edwin, please tell the Tordo Fund that Cater Academy's losses must be compensated by you." Edwin Transcendent said with an ugly expression, "Glenn, no one wanted this to happen. I'll pass on the message for you. I hope this won't affect our friendship." Although Cater Academy's losses were huge, as long as it was something that could be solved with credits, the Tordo Fund would be able to take it. From Edwin Transcendent's point of view, credits weren't a problem. He was more interested in the friendship with Cater Academy. Over the years, this friendship had benefited the Tordo Fund a lot. They had recruited many talents from Cater Academy and used this channel to cultivate Kaji, the Tordo Fund's private property. Friendship? Then let's talk about it. After you revive Gilman Transcendent, Glenn Transcendent said in a low voice. Chapter 373. Dunbar, please stay at the base. David and I will meet up with the principal. Something big has happened at the Cater Academy base. Kenny Transcendent said in a deep voice in the comms channel. He had just received news from the Cater Academy base that the base had been sealed off. At the same time, he had also received news of the death of Transcendent Gilman. Whether it was the death of Transcendent or the base being sealed off, it was definitely a big deal. It just so happened that the Slaw Combat Academy base was safe, so like Transcendent had some time to spare. Since they might have to fight against level 3 insectoids, he decided to bring David along. All the students in the first college of Iridia base were busy at the moment. A large number of insectoid corpses needed to be collected. Although these corpses would not be counted into points, every student's battle performance would be recorded by the college base's AI system. After the battle, there would be a corresponding point reward. When David and Kenny Transcendent flew away, all the students looked on enviously. They were both students, but David could move together with Kenny Transcendent. This was the difference in strength. Of course, these students could not be jealous. In the previous battle, David's 3 Gaussian cannons had killed almost all the level 2 insectoids that posed a threat to Kaji. In a battle of this scale, no students had died, and only a small number of students had been injured. This was unimaginable in the past. The death of students in a battle with insectoids was acceptable to the college as long as the number of casualties was not high. Without experiencing life and death battles, the students would not be able to grow. This was also the reason why, even though there were 2 Transcendents and enough grade 1 heavy machine gun ammunition, the students still had to take the risk and engage in close combat with the Zergs. Transcendent Kenny, will I be in trouble when I go to Cater Academy? David asked as he flew beside Kenny Transcendent. David had once investigated Transcendent Archie through the Academy's intelligence department, so the few Transcendents in the Academy all had their own guesses about the conflict between him and Transcendent Archie. There won't be a problem. The principal is here this time. No matter what problems you have with Archie, they won't dare to do anything. Transcendent Kenny laughed confidently. I'm overthinking it, David said with a smile when he thought of how powerful Lek Transcendent was. Actually, you can tell the principal about your conflict with Archie and let him help you solve it. Transcendent Kenny suggested. I don't have a conflict with Transcendent Archie. I haven't even spoken to him, David said with a bitter smile. David did not want to have a grudge with Transcendent, but sometimes he had no choice. For example, this time, it was clearly Archie Transcendent and the others who ambushed him. In the end, he was injured by the Stoneskin Worm King and escaped, but in the end, it was as if David was the one who injured him. Although the appearance of the Stoneskin Worm King was indeed related to David, David could guarantee that Archie Transcendent did not have any evidence. Unfortunately, Archie Transcendent did not need any evidence. He used his identity as a Transcendent to point out that David was the murderer to the Tordo Fund, and that the first successor of the Tordo Fund, Horus, was killed by David. On one side was a Kaji, and on the other side was a Transcendent that was close to him. Of course, the Tordo Fund would listen to Archie Transcendent. Let's talk about it when we meet. Transcendent Kenny heard David's words and felt that it was a little troublesome. The two of them flew about 500 kilometers and met up with Lek Transcendent. When the three of them arrived at the Cater Academy base, they saw that it had shrunk to a much smaller size. Transcendent Glenn and Edwin Transcendent hovered above the base. When David, Kenny Transcendent, and Lek arrived, Galton Transcendent from Volgo Academy also came to the rescue. Glenn, how did this happen? Transcendent Kenny and Transcendent Glenn were very familiar with each other. They could not help but frown when they saw the situation at the Academy base. I'll tell you the details later. On behalf of Cater Academy, I'd like to thank you all for coming to the rescue. Transcendent Glenn nodded sadly at Transcendent Kenny and thanked the others. Glenn, Gilman is dead? Transcendent Lek asked in a low voice. Transcendent Glenn looked at a body covered by a cloth on the ground and said in a low voice, Yes, I was just about to ask for your help. Do you need us to kill that level 3 Zerg? We have 5 Transcendent and a Sniper Master like David. Killing a level 3 Zerg shouldn't be a problem, Transcendent Kenny immediately said. Transcendent Glenn gritted his teeth and said, No, I don't hate the level 3 Zerg. Gilman wanted to die in a battle with the Zerg. I just hate that Gilman's death was too unjust. I request that we use the alliance agreement to kill Archie. Transcendent Glenn's words shocked everyone present. Edwin Transcendent next to him was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Transcendent Edwin had stayed behind to find an opportunity to ease his relationship with Transcendent Glenn and Cater Academy. He hadn't expected Transcendent Glenn to make such a request. The 3 academies had joined forces to kill Archie Transcendent. Even if Archie Transcendent was not injured, it would be difficult for him to escape on the Guardian Planet. On the Guardian Planet, as long as the 3 academies made a request, no organization on the Guardian Planet would risk offending the 3 academies by helping Archie Transcendent leave the Guardian Planet. Even if Archie Transcendent was lucky enough to find a spaceship to leave, the power of the entire Academy Alliance would be enough to make it impossible for Archie Transcendent to escape. The Transcendent from back then was a good example. Transcendent Edwin advised, Glenn, Archie doesn't know about the Stoneskin Worm King chasing after him. Let's make a decision after the investigation. Edwin said. Transcendent Glenn said coldly, Edwin, you can leave now. When David heard the name Stoneskin Worm King, he immediately understood that Archie Transcendent was in trouble. The Stoneskin Worm King must have come to find the location of the crystal. Archie Transcendent must have been targeted by the Stoneskin Worm King. Transcendent Lek ignored Transcendent Edwin and confirmed with Transcendent Glenn. Glenn, are you sure you want to kill Archie? Transcendent Glenn nodded heavily. Yes, I'm sure. Transcendent Lek was about to say something when he looked at the shrinking base and said, "The portal has been activated. It should be the Transcendent from your academy." Mechanical noises came from the base. David saw the walls of the base expand outwards. The whole base seemed to be filled with air as it kept expanding. The various buildings in the base were also recovering as they expanded. However, everything inside the buildings had been squashed and were no longer useful. David only needed to see the large amount of facilities that should have been outside the base to know how big of a loss Cater Academy had suffered this time. This wasn't just a small amount of facilities. The huge base had been modified countless times and had a large amount of equipment. Take the missile launchers, for example. Hundreds of missile launchers, plus all the missiles in the warehouse, were completely destroyed at this time. There were also enhanced scanning devices specially designed and manufactured for the base, as well as personal belongings in the students' residences. All of them were gone. It could be said that the entire Cater Academy base was an empty shell. Everything in the base had to be rebuilt. No one spoke at this time. Everyone knew that the base was recovering, which meant that the Transcendent from Cater Academy had teleported over. As the base fully recovered, a figure wearing green Transcendent armor rushed out of the base. His aura was so strong that it was almost the same as Transcendent Lek. The person flew into the air and roared when he saw Transcendent Glenn. "Glenn, I handed the base to you. Is this how you protect it?" Transcendent Glenn, who had always been strong, cried out with tears in his eyes when he saw the person who came. "Principal, I've let down the academy and the Gilman brothers." The person who came was Principal Jonah of Cater Academy. When he received the request for help, he was participating in an important event in the star field. When the base was facing the insect tide, Transcendent Jonah and the other Transcendent from the other academies should have been guarding the academy. However, because there were as many as 4 Transcendent here, the academy let down their guard. Transcendent Jonah received the news and rushed back to the academy through the portal as fast as he could. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the academy's base had been sealed off. This made Transcendent Jonah very angry. "Explain to me clearly. How did Gilman die? How did you turn the academy base into this?" When Transcendent Jonah saw Transcendent Glenn lose his composure, the anger in his heart subsided a little, and he asked in a deep voice. This insect tide was caused by a mutated stone-skinned worm king. Its target was Archie, but Archie didn't even have the heart to fight the stone-skinned worm king at the critical moment. The academy base was ruined by Archie. Transcendent Galowan said what he was certain of. Glenn Transcendent's subjective opinion was involved in this, but Archie Transcendent's performance in the battle was also the main reason why Glenn Transcendent pushed all the blame to Archie Transcendent. If Archie Transcendent had teamed up with the other Transcendent to fight the Stoneskin Worm King, Glenn Transcendent wouldn't have hated him so much. Transcendent Edwin wanted to defend himself, but when he saw Jonah Transcendent's aura increase, he immediately shut his mouth. If he dared to plead for Archie now, he might be slapped to death by Transcendent Jonah. Although all Transcendent were called Transcendent, there was still a huge gap between them. This had to do with talent, resources, and equipment. Transcendent Jonah suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Let me see Gilman's body." Transcendent Glenn descended to the ground. The ground was cleaned up, and Gilman Transcendent's body was covered by a piece of cloth. He removed the cloth covering Transcendent Gilman Transcendent's body, revealing Gilman Transcendent's body underneath. Transcendent Jonah squatted down and gently tapped on Gilman Transcendent's Transcendent armor. The armor immediately shrunk and detached itself from Gilman Transcendent's body. Transcendent's armor isn't damaged, he said in a deep voice. Transcendent Jonah then began to inspect Gilman Transcendent's body. He realized that the body was so stiff that it didn't look like a normal body at all. Instead, it looked more like a rock. Transcendent Jonah exhaled and said, "Petrification." After understanding the situation, Transcendent Jonah stood up and looked at Transcendent Lek with a bitter smile. "Lek, I'm sorry you had to see this." Transcendent Jonah said helplessly. Both academies were the best in their respective star fields. Although they were in an alliance, they were often compared to each other because they were both in the same region of the Guardian planet. Transcendent Jonah could no longer face Lek Transcendent after Cater Academy's huge loss. Transcendent Lek said seriously, "What's there to laugh about? Our two academies rely on each other for survival. Your loss is also our loss. The First College of Iridia will overcome this difficulty with Cater Academy." Transcendent Jonah nodded at Transcendent Lek. He then looked at the dozens of dead students and instructors on the defensive wall with a sorrowful expression. He turned to Transcendent Glenn and yelled, "Glenn, did you find Archie?" Transcendent Glenn shook his head and said, "No, I just decided to use the alliance agreement on my own accord and asked all academies to hunt Archie down." Transcendent Jonah said in a low voice, "That's a good decision. Since Archie caused the academy to suffer such a loss, and he doesn't have the guts to fight the insectoids, he shouldn't be alive." David could feel Transcendent Jonah's murderous intent even though he was standing at the side. Transcendent Edwin's expression was extremely unpleasant. Transcendent Jonah was not as easygoing as Glenn. He looked at Transcendent Edwin and said, "Edwin, stay in the base for a while. During this time, don't contact the outside world. You can leave when Archie is taken care of." Transcendent Edwin felt that if he dared to oppose Jonah's murderous intent, the Transcendent Edwin would kill him. It was said that he would stay for a while, but if he could not contact the outside world, he would be imprisoned. This was an extreme insult to any Transcendent, but Transcendent Edwin did not dare to resist and could only accept it. He regretted not leaving earlier like Archie Transcendent. However, on second thought, if he had really left with Archie Transcendent, there would be another name on the wanted list. Transcendent Edwin comforted himself. In the face of death, suffering some grievances was nothing. Why didn't this guy resist? David complained in his mind. After knowing Transcendent Edwin's name, David recognized him as the Transcendent sent by the Tordo Fund. It was also very likely that he was the Transcendent sent by the Tordo Fund to kill him. Therefore, after Jonah Transcendent said those words, David hoped that Edwin Transcendent would have some courage. That way, Jonah Transcendent would be able to help him solve this problem. Transcendent Jonah saw that Edwin Transcendent Edwin didn't say anything and continued, "Edwin, give me your dimensional bracer. I'll give it to you when you leave." This time, Transcendent Edwin's face turned green. The dimensional bracer was an extremely private item of the Transcendent. It contained weapons and equipment of the Transcendent, as well as some important items of the Transcendent. Chapter 374. Edwin Transcendent wanted to resist, but he saw Transcendent Lek move his body slightly, sealing off the only escape route. He also saw Glenn Transcendent's fingers move slightly, ready to take out a weapon from his spatial bracer at any moment. At this moment, the courage that had just risen up seemed to have been deflated. He silently took off the spatial bracer from his wrist and reluctantly handed it to Transcendent Jonah. "Don't worry, no one will touch your item. As long as Archie is killed, it will be returned to you." Transcendent Jonah took the spatial bracer and casually tossed it to Glenn Transcendent before speaking to Edwin Transcendent. On this point, Transcendent Edwin trusted Transcendent Jonah very much. With Transcendent Jonah's status, he would not even bother to lie to him. Furthermore, with Transcendent Jonah's resources, why would he care about Edwin's things? However, he couldn't suppress his frustration, especially when he saw the gazes of the people around him. It almost made him want to be locked up immediately. "Glenn, find a place for Edwin to stay in the base." Jonah Transcendent ordered Glenn Transcendent. "Yes." Glenn Transcendent stared at Edwin Transcendent and replied heavily. After Glenn Transcendent brought Edwin Transcendent into the base, Jonah Transcendent carefully put away Gilman Transcendent's spatial bracer and put the corpse into it. "Lek, no matter who succeeds in killing Archie this time, they can choose a top-level technique from Cater Academy's library." Transcendent Jonah said as he looked at the others. Transcendent Jonah's meaning was very clear. They had to kill Archie Transcendent. This important weight was enough for every Transcendent to treat it seriously. Although top-level techniques couldn't be taught to outsiders, who wouldn't want to have too many top-level techniques? Top-level techniques required a lot of talent. Every academy's top-level techniques were different. If one couldn't learn the top-level techniques of their own academy, the top-level techniques of other academies would be very suitable for them. No one would give up such an opportunity, not even Transcendent. David's eyes couldn't help but shine when he heard the reward. Transcendent Lex saw David's expression and couldn't help but say, "David, don't participate in the killing of Archie." Principal, David was about to defend himself when he heard that. Lek Transcendent stopped David and advised, "I know you've killed a Transcendent before, but that was only a heavily injured Transcendent. Although one of Archie's hands was injured, his overall strength wasn't lost that much. You mustn't underestimate the strength of Transcendent." David heard Transcendent Lek's words and could only point out his own advantages. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to participate. Even if he didn't want the reward from Cater Academy, killing Archie Transcendent would solve a huge problem for David. Therefore, David decided that he had to participate. "Principal, I can find Transcendent Archie," David said in a low voice. Transcendent Lek stopped trying to persuade David after hearing what he said. Even Transcendent Jonah looked at David in disbelief. Other than David, everyone else here was Transcendent. David's words couldn't possibly be false. Transcendent Jonah asked before Lek Transcendent could ask, "You really have a way?" "I have a Transcendent pet. Although it doesn't have much combat power, it has great tracking abilities. As long as Transcendent Archie hasn't left the Guardian planet, I can find him," David said confidently. Since Transcendent Archie had just escaped, as long as there was Archie Transcendent scent, Little White could lock onto it and find Archie Transcendent. Transcendent Jonah said in a low voice, "If you can really find Archie, Cater Academy won't be stingy with your rewards." David contacted Little White with his mind. Little White swam out of the hole in his custom-made exoskeleton armor and stuck out its tongue to collect all kinds of scents in the air. Little White was obviously afraid of the scents here. Fortunately, David was beside it, so it didn't affect Little White's collection of scents. With the help of Transcendent Glenn, they found the direction Archie, Transcendent Archie, had escaped in and locked onto a scent in that direction. David looked at the Transcendent and asked, "If we find Archie's scent, shall we track it together?" Transcendent Jonah said without hesitation, "The rest of you don't have to go. Just me, Lek, and David will track it together." Transcendent Jonah and Lek Transcendent Jonah were the strongest here. At the same time, they were the principals of the two academies, so they had the highest status. The rest of the Transcendent Jonah was interested in the top-level technique, so they couldn't refute Transcendent Jonah. Before Lek Transcendent left, he looked at the Transcendent Jonah and said, "Please keep the abilities of David's Transcendent pet a secret." The Transcendent Jonah nodded in agreement. This was also Lek Transcendent Jonah's consideration for David. One had to know that David's Transcendent pet could track the scent of a Transcendent. If other people found out, they might ask David for help because of this. Some Transcendent Jonah might even kill David if they didn't want to be tracked. Everyone here was a Transcendent from the Academy Alliance. Other than the two principals, the other three Transcendent Jonah had a very good relationship with each other. They often teamed up to fight together, so it wasn't hard to keep this a secret. Besides, this was a request from Lek Transcendent. There were only a few people here, so no one would risk offending Lek Transcendent by leaking this information. "Thank you, Principal Lek." David thanked Lek Transcendent Jonah as he paid attention to Little White's guidance. "You only revealed the Transcendent pet's ability because of me. Don't worry, I can guarantee that no one here will tell anyone," Transcendent Jonah assured David as he was in a better mood after seeing that David was tracking him in an orderly manner. "David, you can rest assured now," Transcendent Lek said with a smile. Transcendent Archie had been flying all the way. Once he was far away from Cater Academy's base, he had to think about how to leave the Guardian planet. He had used Cater Academy's portal to get here, so there were no spaceships on the Guardian planet. There were no passenger spaceships on the Guardian planet like interstellar spaceships. It was too dangerous there, so there were only transport spaceships from various academies and the military. However, if he wanted to take a transport spaceship, he would have to be lucky enough to run into it. Transcendent Archie could not even communicate through the interstellar network. His identity bracelet could only get very little information from the Guardian planet Skynet. Fortunately, Transcendent Archie was not without friends. He opened his identity bracelet and found a black market merchant named Burbank. Merchants who could trade in the black market on the Guardian planet were not ordinary people. Burbank himself was a powerful Kaji. He bought the spoils of war from various bases privately and transported them back to the peaceful zone. Even though Burbank's price was 3 times higher than the Academy's price, he still made a lot of money. Of course, if it were not for Burbank's special identity, the Academy would have kicked him out of the Guardian planet a long time ago. Transcendent Archie picked up Burbank's identity bracelet and said rudely, "Burbank, I need to talk to you." Transcendent Archie, "You're not thinking of leaving the Guardian planet, are you?" Burbank's tone was strange. Transcendent Archie asked curiously, "How did you know?" Transcendent Archie, "As a friend, I advise you not to ask anyone to help you. No one on the Guardian planet would dare to help you leave. The Academy Alliance has issued a bounty for you. Anyone who wants to survive on the Guardian planet would not dare to offend the Academy Alliance." After saying this, Burbank ended the call. As a friend, he felt that he had fulfilled his duty as a friend by telling this news to Archie. As for helping Transcendent Archie leave, Burbank did not even think about it. He would not offend the Academy Alliance. If he dared to do anything, the Academy Alliance, which had been planning to kick him out of the Guardian planet for a long time, would use this opportunity to kick him out. His connections would be useless too. Burbank was not only planning to help Transcendent Archie, but he was also planning to limit his business for a while to avoid being implicated. Transcendent Archie stared blankly at his ID bracelet. He did not understand why he had become a wanted criminal by the Academy Alliance when he was also a victim. He stood there for a full minute before opening his ID bracelet again to find Edwin Transcendent's contact information. To his surprise, Transcendent Archie's surprise, his ID bracelet showed that he could not contact Edwin Transcendent. This usually meant that his ID bracelet had no signal or that he was not on the same planet. Edwin has left the Guardian planet. Transcendent Archie thought to himself. Transcendent Archie was disappointed. He looked at his left arm. Nothing had happened before. As long as his left arm was maintained by the gene repair pod, it would not deteriorate. However, with the current situation, it would be very difficult for him to find the gene repair pod before his left arm deteriorated. If he went near any of the bases now, he would be discovered immediately and the Academy Alliance would be notified. Transcendent Archie did not contact his other friends. He did not dare to contact them after getting the exact information from Burbank. On one hand, he knew very well that none of his friends would risk offending the Academy Alliance to help him. On the other hand, he was more afraid of being betrayed by his friends. Transcendent Archie could even imagine the benefits that could be gained from betraying him. It would definitely be tempting to most people. Transcendent Archie had been there for 20 minutes. He was thinking about what to do next. The best choice was to find a transport spaceship route and lay an ambush at the route. When a spaceship left the Guardian planet, he would break into the spaceship and kidnap it. The transport spaceship route was public information. He could find it through the Skynet on his ID bracelet. He checked one route after another and gave up on it. He needed to find a secluded and safe route that was far away from all the bases. "David, your transcendent pet is amazing. I really found it for you," like Transcendent Archie said with a smile as he looked at the silhouette in the distance while hiding his presence. "David, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with your reward," Transcendent Archie Jonas said with satisfaction. Can I try sniping once?" David asked softly. This was a rare opportunity. With the protection of 2 powerful Transcendent, he could snipe a transcendent from afar. It was a good opportunity to see how much of a threat a sniper master could pose to a transcendent. For a long time, many people had said that a sniper master could kill a transcendent. However, according to Transcendent Lek, a sniper master could not actually kill a transcendent. Looks like David wants to test the power of a sniper. I'll give you a chance. Transcendent Jonah was easy to talk to. This was also because David had really found the Transcendent Archie Transcendent. Although he was still 3,000 meters away from the Transcendent Archie, Transcendent Jonah was confident that he could catch up to the Transcendent Archie Transcendent within such a short distance. David, I also want to see how strong you are, Transcendent Lek said with a smile. David excitedly took out his custom-made sniper rifle from his back. He then laid down on the ground and fixed the sniper rifle in place. David did not look at the Transcendent Archie Transcendent in the distance the entire time. It was only when David switched the bullets of his custom-made sniper rifle to level 3 bullets that he locked onto the Transcendent Archie Transcendent through the scope. Transcendent Lek and Transcendent Jonah looked at each other, their eyes flashing with shock. This was because when David was in sniping mode, the two powerful Transcendent actually could not sense David's presence. If their eyes had not seen David right in front of them, they would have thought that there was no one in front of them. There was no leakage of aura, no mental fluctuations, and no killing intent when he locked onto a target. David was like a rock without any signs of life. Although the two Transcendent knew that David was alive, they could not sense David's presence. A sniper master is really scary. Transcendent Lek could not help but exclaim. No one could guarantee that they would always be in their best condition and be able to deal with a sniper attack from an unknown direction at any time. In particular, this sniper attack made their mental perception of danger useless. This greatly affected the two Transcendent who had always trusted their senses. David did not care about the feelings of the two Transcendent. He locked onto the Transcendent Archie's head and prepared to kill him in one shot. David casually turned on the sound shielding device, which was a device that he often used. Then, the body of the custom-made super caliber sniper rifle shook violently, and a level 3 bullet flew out. Transcendent Archie was analyzing the information he found on Skynet when he suddenly felt the air being torn apart. Almost instinctively, he used his left arm to block in front of him. He did not feel any killing intent, but the level 3 bullet was still traceable at a distance of 3,000 meters. It was just that the time it took to travel that distance was too short. Transcendent Archie had even less time to react, but he still instinctively made the best response. Transcendent Archie's petrified left arm blocked the level 3 bullet. First, the level 3 bullet penetrated the outer transcendent armor of the left arm. Then, the powerful impact shattered the entire petrified left arm into pieces. The level 3 bullet once again penetrated the inner transcendent armor of the left arm. With this arm as a buffer, Transcendent Archie had time to tilt his head and avoid the fatal shot. Chapter 375. David, you're courting death. Transcendent Archie roared furiously as he dodged David's fatal blow by a fluke. The fear of death had disappeared. In this area, the only person who could use such a sniping method and had a grudge against him was David, the sniping master. Transcendent Archie paid the price of his injured left arm to escape with his life. He immediately dashed in the direction of the sniper. David looked at the Transcendent through his scope. Using Mind Burst, he quickly calculated the trajectory of the Transcendent Archie's movements. Transcendent Archie knew how terrifying David's sniping was, so he used a special dodging method. He even used the Transcendent's power to dodge randomly as he dashed forward. Since Transcendent Archie's dodging was done using the Transcendent's body, it was naturally harder to judge than David's previous opponents. David tried to lock on a Transcendent many times, but Transcendent Archie would always escape before he could lock onto him. With Transcendent Archie accelerating at full speed, It only took him a few breaths to close in on David. When Transcendent Archie was 500 meters away, David shook his head and gave up on sniping. David didn't know if all Transcendent Archie had the same dodging ability, but from the looks of it, he only had one chance to snipe the Transcendent. Of course, if David was alone, he would be thinking about how to escape and save his own life. However, he had two principals by his side, so he wasn't worried about his own safety at all. Principals, I've lured Transcendent Archie over. You guys take care of the rest, David said with a smile. Cunning brat, Lex scolded Transcendent jokingly. He exchanged glances with Jonah Transcendent, and a competitive look flashed across their eyes. Let's see who gets it first. Transcendent Jonah exuded an imposing aura and laughed as he leaped into the air. Okay. Lex Transcendent rose into the air almost at the same time as he replied. Archie Transcendent had been thinking about how to deal with David. When he was 500 meters away, he knew that David was doomed to fail. The Sniper Master was extremely terrifying. It had the strongest attack, but once the enemy got close to it, the threat of the Sniper Master would be extremely small. Archie Transcendent was in such a situation. At this distance, David's sniping was no longer a threat to him. However, when he saw David lying on the ground, he also saw two green figures. His forward momentum was in a way that defied the laws of physics. He stopped in the air and turned around to run. At that moment, two auras that made Archie Transcendent's soul tremble rose into the air and pressed down on him. Archie Transcendent immediately knew which two Transcendent were behind him. His heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't help but feel that his actions of sending himself to their doorstep were stupid. Archie Transcendent couldn't be blamed for this. The biggest reason he was like this was because of David. If he hadn't wanted to ambush David, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Therefore, when he knew that David was going to snipe him, he immediately thought of killing David. Archie Transcendent didn't hesitate at all. The Transcendent's power was quickly consumed, and his speed increased greatly. Transcendent Jonah took out a green longsword from his spatial bracer as he flew. The longsword was a third-grade longsword, but it was different from the longswords David had seen before. This was a heavy sword. David had only obtained such a heavy sword from World of God's Intelligence's Officer Kush. After that, David had encountered many Kaji and Transcendent, but he had never seen anyone use a heavy sword. Lek Transcendent saw Jonah Transcendent take out a third-grade heavy sword, and a similar third-grade heavy sword appeared in his hand. The two Transcendents' flying speed was about the same, but it was obvious that they didn't use up any Transcendent's power. Therefore, their speed was slower than Archie Transcendent, who was using up Transcendent's power like crazy. However, the two Transcendent were very confident, which confused David. David put his custom-made sniper rifle back on his back and activated his extreme speed talent. The short wings on his back were also fully activated, and he chased after the three Transcendent. This was an extremely rare opportunity to see the two principals in action. The two principals were already the strongest Transcendent he had ever seen. He wanted to know how strong the Transcendent was. Slow down. Transcendent Jonah pointed his third-grade heavy sword at Archie Transcendent, and a white light flashed from the third-grade heavy sword. This white light was a pattern. After the pattern flashed, a wave of energy appeared in the direction the third-grade heavy sword was pointed at. This energy wave was as fast as lightning, and from the moment the white light flashed to the moment the energy wave collided with Archie Transcendent's body, the whole process only took an instant. Archie Transcendent, who was originally flying at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down. Archie Transcendent's slowing down allowed the two principals to catch up. As death approached, the Transcendent's power in his body suddenly erupted. Under the Transcendent's armor, his skin couldn't withstand the explosive power of the Transcendent, and his skin was full of cracks. However, his eruption wasn't useless. A white pattern similar to the one on the third-grade heavy sword flashed on his body, and then the white pattern shattered and disappeared. Archie Transcendent accelerated the moment the two Transcendent were about to catch up to him. Final struggle. Transcendent Jonah sneered. Indeed, using the Transcendent's power to break through his special effect had caused him to be heavily injured. It was not worth it. If Archie Transcendent had turned around and fought them to the death, Transcendent Jonah would have thought highly of him. However, if Archie Transcendent used this method to prolong his life, they would still catch up to him in the end. It was just a struggle at death's door. Overusing the Transcendent's power might have canceled out Jonah's special effect, but it also made his body unable to withstand the Transcendent's power. Even a small amount of the Transcendent's power would worsen the damage done to his body. "Let me do it," Transcendent Lex said with a relaxed smile. The third-grade heavy sword in his hand also flashed with white light. The white pattern on the heavy sword flashed, and then he pointed it at Archie Transcendent. Transcendent felt a wave of energy wrap around his body. All the energy in his body was sucked away in an instant, and a feeling of exhaustion enveloped his body. If he did not use the Transcendent's power before, he could still rely on the Transcendent's power to hold on for a while. However, he no longer had the strength to do so. Archie Transcendent's body fell from the sky. At this point, he was more than 40 meters above the ground. Archie Transcendent did not have the strength to struggle in the air, and his body crashed into the ground heavily. The uniqueness of the two third-grade heavy swords was beyond David's expectations. This kind of ability that could not be explained by technology made him feel very strange. When Archie Transcendent's body hit the ground, his already heavily injured body's injuries worsened. The intense pain made him even more awake. He looked at the two falling Transcendent and could not help but feel despair. He turned around and saw a hole not far away. He did not know what kind of insectoid had dug it out. At this point, he could no longer care about that. He used all his strength to roll his body into the hole. Transcendent Archie's body fell through the hole. The hole was very deep. His body kept colliding with the wall of the hole, and each collision made his injuries worse. After 5 seconds, his body finally landed on the ground. This last collision almost made him faint. Transcendent Archie's bones had more than 10 fractures. This was even with the Transcendent's armor. Transcendent's armor was very strong, but this kind of blunt impact damage could only be reduced. It could not be completely eliminated. However, his body was already heavily injured, and he was already very weak. Transcendent Archie was in a very bad state. His left arm was gone. The injury was controlled by the Transcendent's armor, so he did not bleed too much. His skin was cracked, and he lost a lot of blood. Coupled with the bone fractures, he was temporarily immobilized. Transcendent Lex's weakening effect on Transcendent Archie was slowly disappearing. Transcendent Archie took out a potion from his spatial bracer and poured it into his mouth. It was an extremely valuable level 3 potion. As soon as the potion entered his mouth, his body began to heal rapidly. The fractures in his bones were reconnected, and the cracks in his skin were repaired by new skin. Only his missing left arm could not be healed. He could only grow skin over the broken part to seal it. Archie's eyes flashed with a pained expression. It would take him several years to earn the value of a single level 3 potion. He looked up. When he was falling, he saw that the hole had many branches. He had fallen through one of them. Transcendent Lek and Transcendent Jonah would need some time to find him. He might be able to escape. Transcendent Archie's spirit was lifted, and he regained his strength. Transcendent Lek looked at the hole and said helplessly, "He's hiding in the hole." He did not rush into the hole immediately. He knew a lot about this area. For a hole like this, it must be very complicated. Moreover, this hole was the favorite habitat of the insectoids. If there were level 3 insectoids inside, he might die if he rushed in. "Wait a minute, David. There might be a way to track him down," Transcendent Jonah said with a headache. If Transcendent Jonah was alone, he might consider turning around and leaving. Transcendent Archie had a high chance of dying if he entered the hole. However, he had made a promise in front of Transcendent Lek, so he could not just leave like that. The two Transcendent Jonah only waited for 10 seconds before David arrived. Transcendent Jonah said embarrassedly, "David, we'll have to trouble you again. Archie has escaped into the hole. You stay behind me. Just point the way. We'll scout ahead. All right. David was not too worried about the environment in the hole. He had a shadow attendant beside him. It could observe everything within 40 meters and detect danger in advance. Transcendent Jonah jumped down. His body slowly descended. Transcendent Lek nodded at David and jumped down as well. David contacted Little White as he jumped into the hole. Following that trace of aura, the two Transcendent Jonah in front and David behind passed through more than 10 holes and arrived at the bottom of the hole. Archie was here just now. He used a level 3 healing potion. He should have recovered some of his combat strength. David, don't leave our side, Transcendent Jonah said confidently. He picked up an empty bottle from the ground and dipped his index finger in the liquid. Transcendent Armor automatically analyzed it. Transcendent Lek used the light source on the Transcendent Armor to clearly see the surroundings. He turned to David and asked, David, which direction did Archie go? David did not answer immediately. The guidance he received from Little White was very strange because Little White was pointing him in a direction beneath his feet. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of soil. Therefore, David diverted some of his attention to control the shadow attendant to explore the ground. About 10 meters underground, he saw a head. There was also a part of Transcendent Armor on the head. The shadow attendant had also absorbed a powerful soul. This should be the soul of Transcendent Archie. From where the head was cut off, it could be seen that the Transcendent Armor had been bitten open. David could not believe what the shadow attendant had discovered. The Transcendent Armor was made of level 3 materials. David had seen its defense before. It was very difficult to break through the Transcendent Armor's defense unless a weapon of level 3 or higher was used. Thinking of this, David immediately realized that there was a level 3 insectoid here. David, the Transcendent Lek asked again when he saw that David was a little strange. The direction the Transcendent Archie left in is under our feet. David carefully controlled the shadow attendant to search deeper as he pointed to the ground. The Transcendent Lek stomped his feet on the ground to feel the thickness of the ground. David felt a strange energy fluctuation on the ground. This energy fluctuation was very weak. If it were not for David's strong mind and the fact that they were in a cave without any other energy sources, he would not have been able to detect this energy fluctuation. Along with the energy fluctuation, he sensed that there was danger on the ground. Almost instinctively, the short wings on his back spat out energy and lifted his body off the ground. There's danger on the ground. He did not forget to remind the two Transcendent the moment he left the ground. The Transcendent Lek and the Transcendent Jonah had been on high alert ever since they entered the cave. They had not encountered any other insectoids after entering the cave, which made them even more cautious. If there were level 1 or level 2 insectoids in the cave, then there might be a level 3 insectoid of the same race. However, since there were no insectoids in sight, then the biggest possibility was that there was a powerful lone insectoid. It was because of this powerful insectoid that the other insectoids had either stayed away or were eaten by this powerful insectoid. Therefore, after hearing David's reminder, they all left the ground at the same time. Even if they did not believe that David had discovered the danger before them, they still made the right decision. Chapter 376. Just as the three of them left the ground, a crack instantly appeared on the ground. This crack was exactly where the three of them were standing. At the same time, a strong suction force came from the crack. The suction force was so strong that if they had been caught off guard, they would have been sucked into the crack before they could even fly. Transcendent Lek and Transcendent Jonah stood in front of David and watched as the crack disappeared. Transcendent Lek said in a low voice, "David, don't touch the ground. That's a burrowing beetle." The burrowing beetle's name was very common, but those who knew it well wouldn't think so. It was a special kind of insect. The burrowing beetle almost never left the ground. It attacked by controlling the soil. Just like before, it used its special ability to separate the ground and suck its target into the ground. Once the target was sucked into the ground, the soil would surround it from all directions. The burrower beetle would turn the soil into something as hard as steel, immobilizing the target. Using this opportunity, the burrower beetle could use its advantage of being underground to easily finish off the target. Just now, Transcendental Archie was extremely unlucky to have encountered a burrowing beetle. Just as Transcendental Archie drank a level 3 healing potion and recovered some of his battle power, the ground beneath his feet parted and sucked him in. Transcendent Archie tried to resist, but the soil kept him in place. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. When Transcendent Archie was 10 meters underground, the burrowing beetle appeared and bit off the Transcendent Archie's neck before he could resist. The shadow attendant saw the burrowing beetle 30 meters underground. That was because the soil within 2 meters of the burrowing beetle automatically parted, allowing its huge body to move freely as if it was swimming in water. Transcendent Archie's body was in the burrowing beetle's mouth. The Transcendent's armor was already in tatters. The Shadow Servant's heart skipped a beat when he saw a spatial bracer among the fragments that had fallen to the side. The Shadow Attendant immediately flew over and wrapped the bracer with its body. The bracer immediately disappeared and entered the special space the Shadow Attendant was in. The burrowing beetle didn't seem to notice at all. Its attention was completely focused on the powerful humans on the ground. Transcendent Lek said in a low voice, "This burrowing beetle isn't easy to deal with. Let's go back to the surface first." He didn't want to fight the burrowing beetle in such an environment. Not to mention that he couldn't even see the burrowing beetle and couldn't fight at all. The burrowing beetle could leave at any time, even if it was injured. Transcendent Lek didn't want to waste time here. Transcendent Jonah nodded. "Archie is dead. The mission is over. Let's report the situation here to the military." David just said that the Archie Transcendent went underground, and there was a powerful level 3 burrowing beetle there. Transcendent Jonah was 100% sure that the Archie Transcendent died at the hands of the burrowing beetle. Leaving the underground cave wasn't that troublesome this time. They didn't even need David to lead the way. The two Transcendent just relied on their memories to return to the surface. On the way back, the Shadow Attendant wrapped the dimensional bracer and followed David back to the surface. However, with the two Transcendent present, David couldn't take back the dimensional bracer. He could only let the Shadow Attendant wrap it up and hide it. Transcendent Lek pulled David into the distance and stopped after flying for 5 kilometers. Transcendent David said, "You probably haven't seen the power of a space weapon before. Let me show you." David activated the telescopic function and saw Transcendent Jonah at the entrance of the cave. He seemed to be confirming something before flying towards them. Transcendent Jonah nodded to Lek Transcendent and said, "I've already reported it. The burrowing beetle is very disgusting. If the students encounter it, they'll be dead meat." Transcendent Lek explained to David, "David, if you encounter a level 3 insectoid that you can't handle on a Guardian planet, you can report it to the military as long as you can confirm its location. The military will use space weapons to destroy it. Of course, the prerequisite is that the level 3 insectoid is in a relatively remote area. In fact, there were very few level 3 insectoids that they couldn't handle, and even fewer level 3 insectoids would stay in their original location after being discovered. If it weren't for the burrowing beetle's special nature, Transcendent Jonah wouldn't have reported it in such a hurry." David nodded. He was looking forward to seeing the Interstellar Federation's terrifying space weapons. David often saw huge craters on the ground when he was on the Monolith planet and now when he was on the Guardian planet. They were all left behind by space weapons that destroyed the insectoids. He had always imagined such a terrifying attack that could change the landscape, but he didn't expect to be lucky enough to see it in action today. 5 minutes later, the three of them stood in the air and waited. Just as David was getting impatient, a dazzling white beam of light suddenly shot down from the top of his head. The beam of light was not far from where David was. When David saw the beam of light, his soul almost stopped. Fear rose in his heart. Perhaps even the two Transcendent didn't know how much of an impact David's Soul Fortress and Spirit Fortress would have to face such a destructive attack head-on. His body's sense of danger was frantically alerting him. Even if the beam of light brushed past his body, it would be enough to vaporize his body. In front of the beam of light, the level 3 defense of the custom-made exoskeleton armor was like a joke. David's helmet blocked the blinding light, so he could still look at the beam of light. The trembling of his soul made him stare blankly at the attack in front of him. If one could look into space, they would see a huge battleship firing the beam of light with its main cannon. This was also Transcendent Jonah's request. Otherwise, the battleship stationed on the Guardian planet would not have followed the order to attack. Due to the chaos in the war zone, the rest of the heavy battleships were sent to participate in the space blockade. The battleship station on the planet had to ensure that its combat power was at its peak at all times to deal with any unexpected situations. If Transcendent Jonah was not the principal of Cater Academy and had great influence, the battleship would not have carried out this mission. Transcendent Lex said with deep emotion, "Every time I see an attack like this, I feel so small." Transcendent Jonah nodded and said, "Compared to this attack, our combat power is nothing." Transcendent Lek continued, "If it weren't for the fact that we don't have to use energy weapons in the war zone." As they spoke, the beam of light in front of them disappeared. In front of David was a cylindrical hole that was hundreds of meters deep. This energy attack from outer space directly turned the cylindrical object with a radius of 3 kilometers and a height of several hundred meters into nothingness. This was the power of a space weapon. Of course, this was a controllable attack. If the energy of a planet destroyer cannon was increased to a certain level with enough energy to support it, it would not be a problem to destroy the Guardian planet. Transcendent Jonah looked at the hole that had expanded countless times and said softly, "The burrowing beetle is dead." When David heard that the burrowing beetle was dead, he remembered that he hadn't absorbed the soul of the burrowing beetle. When he thought about how the burrowing beetle was at rank 3 and had that terrifying special ability, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Just as David was about to fly towards the cylindrical hole, the soul of the burrowing beetle was still there. It had only been a while, and the soul of the beetle was still there. Just as he was about to fly towards the cylindrical hole, he was pulled back by Transcendent Lek. Lek Transcendent's power made David unable to move and said, "You're going to die if you go there now." Just as Lek Transcendent finished speaking, the pillars around the cylindrical hole seemed to be unable to maintain their current state. The pillars began to collapse, and a huge amount of soil and gravel fell inwards at the same time. David sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had rushed in, even if he had the ability to foresee danger in advance, he would not have been able to avoid a landslide of this scale. Dust and gravel flew into the air. This kind of great power that was not something that could be achieved by humans shocked David greatly. Transcendent Lek looked at the scene in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Be careful in the future. Today, we just wanted you to see the power of a space weapon with your own eyes. Normally, when you encounter a space weapon attack, run as far as you can." David nodded heavily. After the dust had settled, the originally flat ground had turned into an irregular pit. Perhaps not long after, there would be a group of Zergs living here. These Zergs relied on the residual energy of the space weapon to grow. Transcendent Jonah looked at David one last time and said, "David, thank you for your help. I'll get someone to send the corresponding reward over." Transcendent Jonah then left first. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to let David see the effects of the space weapon attack with his own eyes, he would have left long ago. There were still a lot of things that he needed to deal with at the Academy base. The reconstruction work needed someone to direct it. Transcendent Lek waved his hand and said, "David, let's go back too." The two of them flew in the direction of the Academy base. On the way, David kept thinking about what he had seen today. The strange weapon and the space weapon that came later made him feel like he had to reevaluate this world. "What are you thinking about? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Transcendent Lex said with a smile when he saw David's confusion. Principal, why are the weapons used by you and Principal Jonah different for what we normally use? David asked after a slight hesitation. Transcendent Lex and I both use quasi-transcendent weapons. However, this answer confused David even more. David naturally knew about transcendent weapons. He had a transcendent stiletto on his calf, but what was a quasi-transcendent weapon? Transcendent weapons are too hard to come by. The chances of obtaining a sufficient amount of level 3 mutated materials are too low. Therefore, true transcendent weapons are extremely rare. The Interstellar Federation's technology has never been able to make a breakthrough in transcendent weapons research. Perhaps this is due to the difference in knowledge systems, like Transcendent said, as he took out his level 3 AP. Transcendent Lex smiled and asked, "You must be very curious about the style of this sword, right?" "Yes, this style is not common." David nodded and said, "This is not the style of the Federation. The épée is a traditional weapon of the great world of God. My épée also comes from the great world of God. This épée is engraved with a weaken effect. Every time it is used, it needs to recharge its energy. It can be used roughly once a day. The duration depends on the opponent's strength. It ranges from 2 to 10 seconds. The great world of God uses mysterious patterns to replace the effects of mutated materials to create transcendent weapons with restricted conditions. These restricted transcendent weapons are weaker than true transcendent weapons in terms of power and performance. However, they have more special effects than normal weapons. Therefore, they are called quasi-transcendent weapons, like Transcendent continued to explain. David knew very well what would happen if one side suddenly became weak for 2 seconds in a situation where their strength was equal, let alone 2 seconds of weakening in a high-level battle. Even an instant of weakening could decide the outcome of the battle. It was no wonder that even though Archie Transcendent's explosive speed was not slow, Lek Transcendent still had the confidence to kill him. David was a little tempted by Lek Transcendent's explanation and asked, "Principal, how do I obtain a quasi-transcendent weapon?" "It's not easy. If you want to obtain a quasi-transcendent weapon, you have to go to Warstar. There, you just have to demonstrate your strength, and you have a chance of obtaining a quasi-transcendent weapon." Lek Transcendent did not explain in detail. David shook his head. He had just entered his first year of university and would only go to Warstar after he graduated and entered the military. If he wanted to obtain a quasi-transcendent weapon, he would have to wait a long time. Of course, he also understood that Lek Transcendent was hiding something. Otherwise, he had only seen 2 principals with quasi-transcendent weapons after meeting so many transcendent students. David, who had a real transcendent weapon, knew that quasi-transcendent weapons were not necessarily inferior to transcendent weapons. At the very least, he felt that Lek Transcendent's quasi-transcendent weapon, which had the weakening effect, was more effective than his own transcendent stiletto. His transcendent stiletto could only be used at close range, and the greatest effect of its attack was the element of surprise. However, because it was a stiletto, as long as it did not hit a vital point, it would not cause much damage. Anyone would strengthen their defense against vital points, and the effect of an attack was very uncertain. However, when Lek Transcendent's quasi-transcendent weapon was used, the weakening effect would cause the opponent to lose the ability to resist, giving him enough time to kill the opponent. Although the transcendent stiletto could be used at will, the quasi-transcendent weapon could only be used once in a certain amount of time, which was quite a restriction. However, in a real battle, he only needed to succeed once in the battle. Along the way, David noticed that the number of insectoids had clearly decreased. It seemed that the outbreak of the insectoid tide had caused too many insectoids to die in this area. Of course, this situation would not last for long. The insectoids reproduced very quickly, and the larvae would soon become adults to fill the gap left by the insectoid tide. Chapter 377. David said to Lek Transcendent as he flew above the spot where he sniped Archie Transcendent. Principal, I'm going to retrieve the level 3 bullet warhead. You can go back first. Transcendent Lek nodded and said, be careful. Since he didn't suspect anything, he naturally wouldn't object. With David's strength, as long as he didn't encounter a level 3 Zerg, David's safety wouldn't be a big problem. In addition, David's custom-made exoskeleton armor had the ability to fly, so his safety was guaranteed. Of course, the biggest guarantee was still David's Sniper Master ability. As long as David wanted to hide, even a level 3 Zerg wouldn't be able to detect David. This made Lek Transcendent feel the most assured. David's request to retrieve the level 3 bullet warhead wasn't because David was stingy. Even if it was just a little bit of level 3 material, its value was very high. David separated from Lek Transcendent. His memory was very strong, so he was very clear about the trajectory of the bullet. In fact, if he really wanted to retrieve the level 3 warhead, he didn't need to separate from Lek Transcendent at all. He only needed to ask Lek Transcendent to wait for a minute, and he would be able to retrieve the level 3 warhead. David waited until Lek Transcendent was far away before letting the shadow attendant appear. He retrieved the dimensional bracer wrapped around the shadow attendant. He didn't have time to check it at the moment, so he put it into the waist of his custom-made exoskeleton armor first. He was also troubled by the fact that he had too many dimensional items. Including this dimensional bracer, he now had 4 dimensional bracers. David shook his head and put this happy worry aside for now. He found the bullet hole on the ground, and the shadow attendant flew into the ground. It quickly locked onto the warhead and put it back into the dimensional ring. After doing all that, David rose into the air. This time, he wasn't heading back to the First College of Iridia's base, but toward Cater Academy's base. 10 kilometers away from Cater Academy's base, David landed on the ground. He then chose a standard exoskeleton armor that students normally used and put it on. The helmet covered his face. After walking another 5 kilometers, some students were cleaning up the Zerg corpses. David also went up and picked up a level 1 Zerg corpse and walked toward Cater Academy's base. If the base hadn't been sealed, he would have definitely been discovered by the base's scanning system. However, the current Cater Academy's base had lost a lot of its facilities now. Academy's base was a blinds bases have a 200-kilometer radius, at least, and couldn't guarantee S's ants. Of course, was Academy academies, and was Academy to the S to towers. Cater Academy's base could be said to be completely bare. Other than the base's core portal, AI system, and energy system, the only thing left was the base's shrinkable device. David carried the level 1 Zerg corpse and easily entered Cater Academy's base. Throughout the process, no one even looked at him. All the students and instructors were busy. Some were collecting the Zerg corpses outside, while others were sending out the garbage from the base's damaged facilities. At this moment, no one would pay attention to a student who looked very ordinary. This allowed David to enter the base very smoothly. After entering the base, David followed Kaji in front of him and sent the level 1 Zerg corpse into an empty warehouse. While no one was paying attention, David retracted his aura and turned into an empty tunnel. He sent some of his consciousness into the shadow attendant's body and controlled the shadow attendant to search around. David's target was naturally Edwin Transcendent, the Transcendent sent by the Tordo Fund. David was very suspicious of the other party's motives, especially from the way Edwin Transcendent looked at him. He felt hostility. In addition, David didn't want the Tordo Fund and Cater Academy to have any possibility of easing their relationship. Thus, the best way was to make the two parties hate each other. David was worried that if the Tordo Fund paid compensation, with the good relationship between the Tordo Fund and Cater Academy and the death of the main culprit, Transcendent Archie, there was still a possibility for the two parties to reconcile. Thus, David wanted to assassinate Transcendent Edwin so that there would be no room for reconciliation between the Tordo Fund and Cater Academy. Assassinating a Transcendent was definitely not easy. However, if this Transcendent didn't even have a dimensional bracer or Transcendent armor or weapons, then with David's current abilities, it was very likely that he could assassinate the Transcendent. David walked around the Cater Academy base. Of course, he wasn't looking around randomly. The layout of the base was very similar to the layout of the first college of Iridia's base. This layout was also a mature one, which greatly reduced the difficulty of David's search. He targeted the building on the upper floor. After all, Edwin was a transcendent. Even if Cater Academy wanted to detain him, they wouldn't find a normal room. David found the figure of Transcendent Edwin in a suite near the top floor. There was only a mattress in the suite, and there was no other furniture. There was no need to talk about washing up, at least not before the renovation. Transcendent Edwin was sitting on a mattress in a daze. It seemed that although Transcendent Archie was dead, Transcendent Jonah didn't want to let Transcendent Edwin leave too early. This was the Academy's attitude. They wanted to give the Tordo Fund a strong impression, which also gave David an opportunity. David arrived outside the room where Transcendent Edwin was. He was actually only about 10 meters away from Transcendent Edwin. The shadow attendant stood beside Transcendent Edwin and observed Transcendent Edwin. David knew that there wasn't much time left for him to carry out the assassination. He couldn't stay in the Cater Academy base for too long. He needed to return to the first college of Iridia as soon as possible. His excuse was to look for third-grade sniper bullets. This alibi couldn't last more than an hour. This time, David's plan was to kill Edwin Transcendent Edwin, who was empty-handed and had no armor. He wanted to kill him in an instant. Right now, the Cater Academy base didn't even have a security system. A little fight wouldn't attract anyone's attention at all. This was especially true for Edwin Transcendent Edwin's suite. It seemed like the Academy believed that Transcendent Edwin wouldn't run away, or maybe they wanted to protect the Transcendent's reputation by not letting students guard the suite. Therefore, there wasn't a single student nearby. Of course, Edwin Transcendent Edwin wouldn't run away. His dimensional bracer was still in Cater Academy's custody, and if he ran away, it would be a complete break with Cater Academy. This was the Guardian planet. Even if Edwin Transcendent Edwin Transcendent Edwin Transcendent Edwin left the Cater Academy base without any equipment, his survival ability was even worse than Kaji, who was wearing exoskeleton armor. David called back the shadow attendant. He took off the normal exoskeleton armor and put on the custom-made exoskeleton armor. He then held the third-grade heavy axe in his right hand and the transcendent stiletto in his left. After doing all this, he went forward and opened the door of the suite. "I don't need food," Edwin Transcendent Edwin said in a deep voice without even raising his head. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong because he couldn't sense Abel's aura at all. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively rolled back and put some distance between him and David. David didn't make a move immediately. The space here was only so big. Edwin Transcendent Edwin wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. He raised the third-grade heavy axe in his right hand above his head and locked his mind on Edwin Transcendent Edwin Transcendent Edwin. The terrifying pressure of the half-step perfect heavy axe completely enveloped Edwin Transcendent Edwin. If he had the transcendent armor, Edwin Transcendent Edwin wouldn't be afraid of this pressure at all. However, he didn't have any defense at all. This made his danger sense frantically warn him. David! Edwin Transcendent Edwin saw David's custom-made exoskeleton armor and immediately recognized David's identity. David didn't care about Edwin Transcendent Edwin's shout. He approached Edwin Transcendent step by step. "David, I don't have any grudges with you. Why are you trying to kill me? Let me know why I'm dying." Edwin Transcendent Edwin asked in a deep voice. He didn't beg for mercy because he could feel David's determination. "You're here to kill me. I won't let that happen," David said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, Edwin Transcendent Edwin suddenly moved. The power of the Transcendent Edwin's legs made him extremely fast. He wanted to use this speed to rush past David. As soon as Edwin Transcendent Edwin moved, the grade 3 heavy axe in David's right hand immediately followed and chopped down. Edwin Transcendent Edwin instantly felt the aura of death. He sensed that no matter how he dodged, the heavy axe would hit him. Edwin Transcendent Edwin's eyes flashed fiercely. He extended his arms upwards, wanting to delay the grade 3 heavy axe for a bit. His right leg gathered the power of the Transcendent Edwin. Transcendent Edwin kicked towards David's chest. This kick looked ordinary, but it was actually a special secret technique of Edwin Transcendent Edwin. It gathered a large amount of Transcendent Edwin's power at one point and exploded in an instant. Of course, after using the secret technique, his right leg would also be heavily injured because he gathered too much power of the Transcendent Edwin. Transcendent Edwin. This kind of desperate tactic that would cause both sides to be heavily injured happened to coincide with David's full swing of the grade 3 heavy axe. Edwin Transcendent Edwin thought that it would be too late for David to withdraw the grade 3 heavy axe. Edwin Transcendent Edwin wanted to drag David down with him before he died. Of course, he didn't know that David's custom-made exoskeleton armor was made of grade 3 materials. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought this way. Something unexpected happened. Edwin Transcendent Edwin, Transcendent Edwin, Transcendent Edwin's seemingly unstoppable heavy axe chopped downwards. As it chopped downwards, David easily withdrew the heavy axe. At the same time, he moved his body slightly to the side and dodged Edwin Transcendent's kick. Edwin Transcendent Edwin's shoe exploded after missing the kick. The shoe shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. Then, a bloody hole appeared in the center of his right foot. This was the after effect of using the secret technique. Edwin Transcendent Edwin's secret technique didn't hit David. Instead, his own right foot was heavily injured. However, Edwin Transcendent Edwin didn't care about his right foot anymore. This was because the transcendent stiletto in David's left hand had already pierced through his jaw. It went from his jaw to his brain. The breath of life quickly dissipated from Edwin Transcendent Edwin's body. The shadow attendant happily rushed over and sucked away his soul. David looked at Edwin Transcendent Edwin, who was stabbed by the transcendent stiletto, shook his head. From the beginning, he didn't plan on using the grade 3 heavy axe. It was too bloody and would leave a lot of marks. However, he didn't expect Edwin Transcendent Edwin to be so decisive. There were still some bloodstains left behind. David casually tossed Transcendent Edwin's body to the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant opened the portal ring and put the body into it. Then the shadow attendant put the shoe fragments on the ground into the portal ring. David even tried his best to wipe away the bloodstains on the ground. After doing all this, David checked again. Of course, he knew that there were still traces left behind. However, this was all he could do in a short amount of time. Now that everything was done, he changed back into the normal exoskeleton armor and left through the gate of the base. He easily left Cater Academy's base and changed back into the custom-made exoskeleton armor. He changed directions in the air and flew toward the first college of Iridia's base as fast as he could. "Master David, you're back." When David landed in front of the gate of the college base, the student on duty greeted him warmly. David opened his visor and responded with a smile. David's status in the college base was very strange. He was still a student and a freshman at that, but his status was higher than the instructors. This was because his combat strength, especially his performance in the insect tide this time, had made all the students acknowledge his strength. Under the admiring gazes, David returned to his dorm uncomfortably. Although the students in the college base were very busy, he didn't receive any related missions. This was also because the college considered his uniqueness and didn't arrange such routine small missions for him. Perhaps even the instructors who arranged the missions chose to forget about David. As soon as he returned to his dorm, David let out a long sigh of relief. Although his plan was very successful, the risk was also very high. Killing people in Cater Academy's base would result in severe consequences if they were discovered. Thinking about what happened to Archie Transcendent, if David was found to have killed someone in Cater Academy's base, he wouldn't end up any better than Archie Transcendent. However, David had to do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go out and earn points if Edwin Transcendent kept thinking about him. David thought about the body of Edwin Transcendent that was still in his spatial ring. At least on the Guardian planet, he wouldn't take the body out. He would just pretend that Edwin Transcendent had gone missing. This would be easier to confuse Cater Academy and the Torto Fund. Furthermore, because Edwin transcendent, the Torto Fund wouldn't be able to find him for a while. During this time, David could also plan how to get rid of the Torto Fund completely. He didn't want Transcendent to attack him again. He had to take the initiative. Chapter 378. Sir, a voice came from outside the meeting room. Transcendent Jonah, who was in the middle of the meeting, frowned and felt very unhappy. However, Transcendent Jonah still said in a low voice, "Come in." Someone interrupting the meeting meant that the matter was very urgent. The person who came in was a member of the student council, and he looked very panicked. Because all the food here had been destroyed, all the food in the Cater Academy base was produced by the energy food production equipment brought over by Transcendent Jonah. Currently, the synthetic energy food production equipment was managed by the student council. Before they got more food, that was all the food in the Cater Academy base. Technology could ensure that they would not go hungry, which was very good. As long as they had Krypton energy, they could produce synthetic energy food endlessly. The student who came in was in charge of distributing the synthetic food. The rest of the food was distributed to each class, but he had to deliver it to Transcendent Edwin himself. However, when the student delivered the food to Transcendent Edwin's residence, he found that the door was wide open. The student immediately felt that something was wrong, and when he entered, he found that Transcendent Edwin was gone. That was why he had interrupted the meeting of the school leaders. Transcendent Edwin is not in his room. The student took a deep breath and said, "What?" Transcendent Jonah was stunned. He did not believe that Transcendent Edwin would dare to run away. "I went to deliver food to Transcendent Edwin, but I didn't see anyone in his room. The door was also open." The student repeated with certainty, "The meeting is over. The reconstruction work will begin immediately. If there are any funds, borrow from the bank in the name of the school." Transcendent Jonah hurriedly announced. Originally, the Transcendent Jonah had been discussing the reconstruction work. After the meeting, Transcendent Edwin was going to return to the Cater Star sector and let the Torto Fund provide the reconstruction funds. It was not that the school did not have the funds, but the school's losses this time were so great that the school did not have enough funds. Because of the loss of so many cultivation resources, the resources for so many students could not be stopped. Therefore, they had to buy them from the First College of Iridia and Volgo Academy, which required a lot of credits. Before the school recovered, the students' cultivation resources had to be maintained in this way. Now that Transcendent Edwin was missing, the school's plan to ask the Torto Fund for compensation had to be delayed. Transcendent Jonah and Transcendent Glenn left the meeting room and immediately went to Transcendent Edwin's room. Transcendent Jonah had been sniffing as soon as he entered the room. "There's the smell of blood," Transcendent Jonah said in a deep voice. Glenn Transcendent also sniffed and searched the floor. The two Transcendents looked at each other in dismay. They never thought that something like this would happen. All the surveillance cameras in the base had been destroyed, so it was impossible to investigate. Could it be that Edwin was putting on an act and he found a chance to escape? Glenn Transcendent thought of a possibility and asked. Transcendent Jonah shook his head and said, "Without the spatial bracer and transcendent armor, how could he have escaped?" Jonah Glenn Transcendent asked in disbelief, "Then Edwin is dead?" Glenn Transcendent hesitated when he mentioned this possibility. Although Transcendent Edwin did not have any equipment, he was still a Transcendent. How could he be killed so easily? It would not be easy for a normal Kaji to kill Transcendent Edwin, let alone prevent Transcendent Edwin from escaping. No, Edwin escaped. He had to escape. Transcendent Jonah shook his head helplessly. Glenn Transcendent paused for a moment, then immediately understood what Transcendent Jonah meant. In this situation, it was very likely that Transcendent Edwin had been assassinated, and even his body had been taken away from the base. However, if that was the case, Cater Academy would have to take responsibility, because in the end, Transcendent Edwin was in trouble because Transcendent Jonah had taken away his equipment. This caused Cater Academy to be at a moral disadvantage. Cater Academy, who had been in the right, would be forced into a passive position in the negotiations for compensation. Therefore, Transcendent Edwin had to escape, and Cater Academy would not be held responsible. As for finding the assassin, just by looking at the situation, it was obvious that the assassin was very skilled at assassination. Without the help of the security system, it would be impossible to find any clues. Transcendent Glenn hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "Principal, should we ask David to help us investigate in private?" Glenn Transcendent's idea was that even if they approved of Transcendent Edwin's escape, the Academy still had to investigate who had assassinated Transcendent Edwin. David's Transcendent pet had the ability to find out where Transcendent Edwin had gone. Transcendent Jonah nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. Just ask him to come, and we should give him the reward for helping us find Archie." David had just returned to his dorm and taken a shower. He did not even have time to check his rewards when he received a communication request from Glenn Transcendent. Transcendent Glenn said in a relaxed tone, "Master David, if you have time, come and receive the reward for this mission." David was a little surprised. Were they trying to trick him by asking him to receive the reward at this time? He knew that Transcendent Edwin had just been killed. Could it be that the other party was suspecting him? However, David immediately thought of how powerful Transcendent Jonah was and how famous Cater Academy was. If they suspected him, they would have directly reported it through the official channels between the academies. "Okay, I'll be right there," David replied, immediately relieved. Before he left, David reported his movements to Transcendent Kenny. If something happened, the First College of Iridia would cover for him, and there would still be some leeway. When David arrived at the Cater Academy base again, it was different from before. When he landed at the gate of the Academy base, there were 2 more students on duty. "Master David, Transcendent Glenn is waiting for you. Please follow me," one of the students said as he gestured for David to follow him. "Sorry to trouble you," David said politely. The student led the way. David looked in the direction of the room where Transcendent Edwin was staying. David could not help but feel a little nervous. Had the matter really been exposed? However, the student did not bring David to Transcendent Edwin's room. Instead, he brought him to a room not far away. "Transcendent Glenn is waiting for you inside," the student said as he pushed the door open for David. David walked into the room. There was a small table and 2 chairs. Transcendent Glenn was sitting on one of the chairs. "Come, Master David, sit down and talk." Transcendent Glenn waved at David with a smile. David did as he was told. Transcendent Glenn took out a glass from a space item and poured a glass of red wine for David. "The conditions are a little simple. I can only treat you to red wine," Transcendent Glenn said helplessly. In order to not lose face in front of David, the table and chairs here were all found by Transcendent Glenn from the safe room. Only that room still had complete furniture. "If this red wine is simple, then I really don't know what a better red wine would be like." David took a sip of the red wine and could not help but smile as he replied. Transcendent Glenn wanted to ask for a favor, so he wanted to get in touch. On the other hand, David was a little guilty. At this moment, the 2 of them did not get into the main topic. "This is a spirit awakening elixir from the Academy as a reward for you." Transcendent Glenn saw that the atmosphere was right, so he took out a seal bottle and placed it on the table in front of David. The current David was not the same as before. After hearing about this spirit awakening elixir, he immediately thought of the information about the elixir. This spirit awakening elixir was a level 3 potion, but its target was a peak level Kaji. It was a potion that increased the chances of transcendent power awakening. A peak level Kaji needed a long time to constantly consolidate his body. This time could be a few years, a dozen years, or even a few decades before he could produce transcendent power. However, there were even more peak-level Kaji who could not produce even a trace of transcendent power after spending a large amount of resources and a lifetime of time. They did not even have the chance to try to advance, enter the transformation period, and become a transcendent. These peak-level Kaji did not even have the chance to fail. They would forever stay at the peak level of Kaji. Because of these circumstances, there were corresponding potions. Among them, the Spirit Awakening Elixir could increase the chances of transcendent power awakening by 10%. Although 10% was not a lot, it had to be known that the Spirit Awakening Elixir was only a potion that increased the chances of awakening. With the accumulation of various potions, the chances of awakening could be increased to more than 30%. The Spirit Awakening Elixir was the most expensive potion that increased the chances of awakening. It was also the most effective one. The raw material of the Spirit Awakening Elixir was a special level 3 insectoid. It used the spinal fluid of a level 3 insectoid as the raw material and went through many processes to synthesize it. Level 3 potions were not something that could be bought with credits, so the reward given by Cater Academy was not small. David indeed needed the Spirit Awakening Elixir. Although it was not as good as the top-level technique reward for successfully killing Archie Transcendent, David had been protected throughout the entire process and had not been in any danger. The reward was also quite good. "Thank you, this is exactly what I needed," David said as he put away the Spirit Awakening Elixir. "As long as you're satisfied," Transcendent Glenn said with a smile. The Spirit Awakening Elixir was a personal item from Jonah Transcendent's portal item. Originally, Cater Academy could have rewarded David with some resources, such as level 3 strengthened meat, which was what David needed the most. However, all of Cater Academy's level 3 strengthened meat had been destroyed. In the end, Jonah Transcendent chose this Spirit Awakening Elixir as the reward. In terms of value, this Spirit Awakening Elixir exceeded the original reward. Seeing David put away the Spirit Awakening Elixir, Transcendent Glenn continued, "Master David, there's something I need your help with. Just say it." Having just received a valuable level 3 potion, David naturally could not refuse. "Come with me." Glenn Transcendent brought David to the room where Edwin Transcendent had been. He then pointed to the floor of the room and said, "Edwin used to live here, but he escaped when we weren't paying attention. I want to ask Master David to help find Edwin's escape route. As long as you can find it, Edwin Academy will reward you." David couldn't help but be startled. He knew that Edwin Transcendent hadn't escaped. Edwin Transcendent's body was in the shadow attendant's space ring. "I'll try." David pretended to be shocked and nodded. He let Little White out. Little White sniffed the ground lightly and then walked around the room without any intention of leaving. Glenn Transcendent, "I'm afraid I won't be able to get the reward," David said helplessly as he spread his hands. "What did you find?" Glenn Transcendent hurriedly asked. David pondered for a moment and said, "Edwin Transcendent only has the scent of entering the room. Because this scent has been here for a long time, it has become very strange. After that, Edwin Transcendent has been staying in this room. But it seems that not long ago, the scent of Edwin Transcendent suddenly disappeared. But the strange thing is that there is no scent of him leaving the room." David didn't know if Cater Academy had any special methods to investigate, so he didn't lie. If it was just based on Little White's sensing of scent, this would be the most realistic result. Glenn Transcendent thanked him and took out a box from his space bracer and handed it to David. "I understand. Sorry to trouble you. This is a small gift for me. Please accept it." David didn't refuse. He had worked hard, so it was normal for him to get paid. Transcendent Glenn sent David away and immediately went to Transcendent Jonah. "David, how's the investigation going?" Jonah asked when he saw Glenn Transcendent come in. "Edwin is indeed dead. He was put into a space item and taken away." David's Transcendent pet confirmed this. Edwin's scent never left the room, Glenn Transcendent said with a grim expression. In fact, after suspecting Edwin Transcendent's death, Cater Academy had sent students to investigate the entire base, but they didn't find Edwin Transcendent's body. The two Transcendent also suspected that Edwin Transcendent's body had been put into a space item, which was why they didn't suspect David. Only Transcendent could use space items. They thought that a Transcendent must have taken advantage of the lack of security in Cater Academy's base to enter the base, kill Edwin Transcendent and take away his body. Transcendent Jonah said with a cold glint in his eyes, I plan to remove Vice Principal Benchley from his position when I return and send an official letter to the Tordo Fund to ask for compensation for the loss of the Academy's base. At the same time, I will report the incident to the Starfield government to get their support. If the Tordo Fund doesn't want to lose their footing in the Cater Starfield, they must pay for the loss of the base. Vice Principal Benchley was a school leader who had a very good personal relationship with the Tordo Fund. It was because of him that the Tordo Fund had a lot of connections with Cater Academy. Transcendent Jonah's decision was to completely break with the Tordo Fund and use Cater Academy's huge influence in the Starfield to suppress the Tordo Fund. The result of this was that the two sides would become enemies with no possibility of reconciliation. However, the Tordo Fund had lost to Transcendent here. Even if the Tordo Fund was rich and powerful, they couldn't bear such a loss. Since the grudge had already been formed, they had to be more thorough. It just so happened that the Academy's reconstruction was lacking credits. Chapter 379. It was already evening when he returned to the first college of Iridia Base. David carried the box that Glenn Transcendent had given him back to his dorm. David placed the box on the table and opened it curiously. There were 3 syringes inside. The syringes were emitting a faint white glow. David couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 3 syringes. Transcendent Gallon had given him a healing potion. Naturally, a healing potion that could be used by a Transcendent wouldn't be an ordinary one. He let the shadow attendant keep the syringes in his portal bag and took out Archie Transcendent's dimensional bracer. David had stolen it from the burrowing beetle. He could not wait to get his hands on it. He entered the shadow attendant's body and opened the dimensional bracer through the shadow attendant. The items inside appeared in front of his eyes. Similarly, the 2 cubic meter spatial wrist guards were almost filled with a large number of items. Archie Transcendent was not like the other Transcendent who came to the Guardian Planet for missions. He had been living on the Guardian Planet for the past few years. Since he was living in the Cater Academy base, he would not store his important items in the dorm. Therefore, the 2 cubic meters of space in Archie Transcendent's dimensional bracer was not much empty. David first saw a sizable amount of level 3 materials. They were all level 3 materials that had undergone preliminary processing. Each of them was about 1 kilogram, and there were 8 of them in total. It was obvious that this was what Archie Transcendent had gotten from the Guardian Planet over the past few years. David then saw 5 bottles of level 3 healing potions. They seemed to be of a higher grade than the 3 syringes that Glenn Transcendent had given him. Of course, these were Archie Transcendent's life-saving potions. They were completely different from the ones that Glenn Transcendent had given him. David transferred the 5 bottles of level 3 healing potions into the shadow attendant's dimensional ring. All of his healing items, including more than 400 bottles of eternal holy water, were stored in the ring. David shook his head when he saw the next item. His face was filled with helplessness and joy. Then, a level 3 longsword appeared in his hand. This was the 3rd level 3 longsword he had gotten. However, he was not the best at using a level 3 longsword, so he rarely used one. Most of the remaining space was filled with level 3 insectoid hides. There were 10 of them. The rest of the space was filled with Archie Transcendent's personal belongings, such as documents, personal notes, and so on. After checking his loot, David summoned the shadow attendant, a stream of soul energy that made him feel very comfortable. David's soul fortress had been very difficult to increase after his will had reached 7 points. This feeling of comfort told him that his will had increased by quite a bit this time. The feeling of comfort was very short. He then activated the attribute panel through the shadow attendant and found that his will had increased to 7.05 points. This time, the shadow attendant had absorbed the souls of 2 Transcendent. This was a rare opportunity. Archie Transcendent had been killed by Burrower Kaji. David and the 2 principals had arrived in time and allowed the shadow attendant to absorb Archie's soul. Edwin Transcendent had his dimensional bracer taken away by Jonah Transcendent. He was like a toothless tiger. Although he was very strong, he did not have any weapons or equipment. How could he compare to David, who was fully equipped with top-notch equipment? The next step was to check the knowledge balls that the two Transcendents had provided him. Those who could become Transcendents were not ordinary people. Every one of them was a prodigy among billions of people. The shadow attendant separated the knowledge orbs provided by the two Transcendent. David saw a green orb and a white orb. Last time, David received the spirit-forged metal body technique, 26% complete, from the Transcendent's soul. He had high hopes for the green orb from the Transcendent. When he asked the shadow servant to display the attributes of the green ball of knowledge, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although he could see the green ball of knowledge through his spirit, the attributes displayed were too unbelievable, which made him do this. Cooking, 99% complete. These were the attributes of the green orb. This was the ability of a master Transcendent. It was no wonder that David could not believe his eyes. If it were not for the fact that the shadow attendant had never made a mistake before, he would have thought that the shadow attendant had made a mistake. In fact, the green orb came from Edwin Transcendent, a Transcendent who lived in the Cater's sector all year round. Edwin Transcendent did not have much interest in fighting. To put it nicely, he was a pacifist. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. That was why he spent most of his time in a peaceful sector. This was a rare investigation mission, but who would have thought that it would become a mission to assassinate David on the Guardian planet? If Edwin Transcendent was not afraid of death, he would not have handed over his dimensional bracer so easily. He did not even dare to resist. Edwin Transcendent had a hobby, and that was cooking. With the power of a Transcendent, his senses were much sharper than a normal person's, and his control over his body was also very strong. As long as a Transcendent focused on one thing, he could easily achieve results that a normal person could only achieve after a lifetime of hard work. That was how Edwin Transcendent's cooking, 99% complete, ability came about. With the support of a large number of credits, he practiced his hobby to the limit of a master. Perhaps if Edwin Transcendent continued to develop like this, he might one day become a master chef with perfect cooking. However, this was not a good thing for David. Usually, the dishes were prepared by the AI butler, and David had no interest in cooking at all. Disappointed, David channeled the cooking 99% complete knowledge ball into his body. No matter what, it was still a peak master's ability, and he might be able to use it in the future. In the illusion, David felt the process of Edwin Transcendent's cooking as he received the knowledge from the illusion. David was 100% sure that this 99% complete cooking ability was not something a normal person could achieve. This was because this master-level cooking ability not only required one to study each ingredient, but also the corresponding seasoning according to the ingredients. Even the amount of seasoning materials had to be precise to an extremely strict degree. This required one to have a strong mind and precise control over the body. After waking up from the illusion, David did not care about this master-level ability anymore. Instead, he focused his mind on another white knowledge ball. Concentrated Strike, secret skill, was a secret skill, and to David's surprise, David could learn it now. He channeled the Concentrated Strike, secret skill, knowledge ball into his body. This time, when he entered the illusion, he only knew how to transmit and use the knowledge. He felt like he was in the illusion for a few minutes at most. Concentrated Strike gathered all kinds of energy into a single point and then exploded in an instant. It could achieve extreme destructive power. In fact, for most people, the Concentrated Strike secret skill was extremely limited because it gathered energy and exploded. However, not everyone had the energy that they could control in their body. Only a Transcendent with the Transcendent power could gather enough energy to perform a single point of attack. This was something that David had also grasped after he obtained the knowledge of Concentrated Strike Break, secret art. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that there was no such good thing. This was a secret art that only Transcendents had. Even if he could learn it now, he would not be able to use it without sufficient energy to support it. In the next few days, the number of Zergs around the first college of Iridia base decreased greatly. Even level 2 Zergs became rare. This caused David to be lacking in loot for the next few days. His points were also increasing very slowly. However, this also meant that the situation on the Guardian planet was getting better. Despite that, the number of Transcendent in each college did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The Stoneskin Worm King that caused the Zerg tide seemed to know that everyone was looking for it, so it went into hiding together with the other Stoneskin Worms. Before the Stoneskin Worm King was found and killed, all the colleges had to be on high alert. Even the students were not allowed to leave the safe zone. The Gilman Transcendent was killed in one hit by the Stoneskin Worm King. Its petrification ability was something that even the Transcendent was wary of, let alone the normal students. In the meeting room of the first college of Iridia, David and a dozen other important members of the college base were sitting there. David was summoned by the Kenny Transcendent. The meeting was also called by the Kenny Transcendent. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the rewards for the students and the instructors. The Lek Transcendent had returned to the college after the situation had stabilized. However, the number of Transcendent did not decrease. Another Transcendent had arrived. This allowed the college base to maintain the combat strength of 3 Transcendent. Including the Lek Transcendent, there were only 2 Transcendent on the college's side. This showed how much importance the college placed on the base. David was sitting beside the 3 Transcendent. It was also the most important row of seats in the entire meeting room. No one was dissatisfied with him sitting there. Even the instructors had expressed their respect for him. This was the influence of strength. The reward for the bug horde this time has been calculated by the base's artificial intelligence system. The related rewards will be sent to your identity bracelets. If you have no objections after looking at it, it'll be approved. The Kenny Transcendent went straight to the point. The college's rewards were calculated based on each participant's performance by the base's artificial intelligence system. Everyone who participated in the bug horde battle was in the scanning area. Naturally, everyone's performance was recorded. Meanwhile, the total reward was a part of the bug horde harvest. The past few days have been used to calculate the total harvest of the bug horde. To be honest, the bug horde this time has strong start but a weak finish. Not many rank. 2 Zergs were killed. Even rank. 3 Zergs did not appear in the first college of Iridia's base. If it were not for the large number of rank 1 Zerg's carcasses, the harvest of the bug horde this time would be considered poor. Although there was an artificial intelligence systems calculation, the base would need to discuss and approve it in order to comply with the rules. This was also the topic of the meeting this time. Of course, this had nothing to do with David. However, due to David's current status, he was invited by the Kenny Transcendent to attend the meeting as a non-voting member. This was also a display of David's status in the college. Other than him, among the students, only the new student council president, Green, was present in the meeting. David opened his identity bracelet and glanced at the rewards that were calculated. He saw that he was the first in the list. The reward was 850 points. This was not a lot. However, looking at the rewards that the instructors and students received, he knew that the college's reward was very high. Most of the students were only rewarded with tens of points. The one who performed the best was rewarded with less than 100 points. The Kenny Transcendent saw that everyone else was looking at the report and softly said to David, "David, don't leave the safe zone for the next few days. Until we find the Stoneskin Worm King, you should stay in the base." David had been leaving the safe zone every day for the past few days, and the Lek Transcendent had learned of this. The Lek Transcendent requested the Kenny Transcendent to persuade David to abide by the college's rules. "When will we find the Stoneskin Worm King?" David asked with a frown. If he could not leave the safe zone, he would not be able to obtain any points, so there was no point in staying in the base. The situation on Worcester's side has stabilized, and the military has taken some time out to help with the search. I believe that we'll be able to find the Stoneskin Worm King soon. The Kenny Transcendent reported the latest information. How could it be the military helping with the search? It's clearly Slaw Combat Academy and Cater Academy working together. The military had no choice but to send out people. The Dunbar Transcendent chuckled. Cater Academy's base had suffered heavy losses and was currently undergoing reconstruction. Meanwhile, Slaw Combat Academy was also undergoing construction. However, the Guardian planet only had so much transport capacity. More transport required more routes to be protected, which required the use of many warships. In the past, the transport ships all had fixed routes, and these routes were all protected by the military. Even when the military was in lockdown, there were warships guarding the Guardian planet to protect the transport routes. Slaw Combat Academy's construction alone was already a strain on the transport capacity. Now that Cater Academy was being rebuilt as well, the two academies had negotiated many times over the matter of transport. In the end, when the two academies worked together, the military just so happened to have finished strengthening the lockdown, freeing up some combat power. The military will send a small fleet to the Guardian planet in the next few days to scan our area for the Stoneskin Worm King. Once they find it, they'll launch a space attack, the Kenny Transcendent softly said. David did not have much confidence in finding the Stoneskin Worm King through the scan. While the scan was very effective, it could not penetrate deep into the rock layer. Based on his understanding of the stone-skinned worms, they were a kind of insectoid race that had the ability to control rocks. Although this insectoid race would not give birth to a new insectoid race with the ability to control rocks after losing the incubator crystal, the previous stone-skinned worms could easily hide their entire insectoid race in the rock layer. This could be seen from the deep hole in front of Cater Academy's base. A tunnel had been dug into the rock layer below. Chapter 380. Transcendent Kenny. Can I take some time off? I want to leave the base and go home for a while. David thought that he would not be able to leave the base for a while, so he asked, David, I think it's best if you don't take any time off. The military search will definitely find a lot of level 3 insectoids hiding places. We're going to form a hunting team and take this opportunity to kill more level 3 insectoids. Transcendent Kenny said to David with a smile, Yeah, with you around, it'll be safer for us to kill level 3 insectoids, and it'll be faster too. Transcendent Dunbar said, In the past, it was always the Transcendent from the 3 bases working together. However, this time, we have 3 Transcendent here. It's enough to kill some of the weaker level 3 insectoids. With you around, even some of the stronger level 3 insectoids won't be a problem. Transcendent Kenny said as he circled his hand in front of the 2 Transcendent beside him. Master David, I hope to fight alongside you. Even the newcomer Transcendent Beecher said with a smile. David understood what the Transcendent meant. With the military search, the level 3 insectoids that were hard to find in the past would most likely be found this time. In the past, the Transcendent could only consider killing some of the weaker level 3 insectoids. However, with a sniper master like David around, they could try to kill all of the level 3 insectoids that they could find. Most importantly, the level 3 insectoids that the 3 Transcendent from the first college of Iridia did not need to be split with the Transcendent from the other colleges. All of the insectoids will be distributed by the college's own people. I also hope to fight alongside everyone. David did not decline, as he said with a smile. With David's participation, we'll have a good time this time. Transcendent Kenny said with a laugh. After saying that, he realized that the other college's participants were all looking at him. He then realized that he had lost his composure. The meeting did not last long, and no one raised any objections to the reward distribution plan. After returning to the dormitory, David took out a few ingredients from the cooler and prepared them himself to cook lunch for himself. David originally thought that the cooking 99% perfect ability would not affect anything as long as it was not used in the attribute panel. However, he realized that this idea was ridiculously wrong. On the day he fused with the cooking 99% perfection knowledge ball, he noticed that something was wrong with the dish while he was eating. In the past, the dishes made by the AI butler tasted very good to him. In order for the AI butler to make delicious dishes, he had copied the corresponding cooking program into the AI butler system. These cooking programs were downloaded from the kitchen system of the Titan S-600 transport spacecraft. This was originally prepared by young Master Bonner of the Titan Consortium. It was a custom-made cooking program. However, ever since David obtained the cooking 99% perfection ability, these delicious dishes tasted very bad to him. It was like a master chef eating the dishes made by an apprentice chef. Cooking wasn't just about following a recipe. Every set of ingredients wouldn't be exactly the same. This slight difference would require corresponding adjustments to the recipe. These adjustments might be minor adjustments that were too strict in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was precisely these minor adjustments that could greatly change the final taste. David's 5 senses were especially strengthened. After obtaining the cooking 99% perfection ability, his senses towards food became even clearer. David sat at the dining table and looked at the lunch he had made. He could not help but smile bitterly. Was this considered a trap that he had dug for himself? Previously, he thought that he did not know how to cook. However, now that he had time, he would not just make do. He had to cook by himself. However, when David put the food into his mouth, the extreme enjoyment of his taste buds made him empty his mind and enjoy the exquisite taste to his heart's content. Just as he was enjoying the food, a bell rang. This was the bell for assembly. However, because it was not an emergency bell, although David did not know what had happened, he knew that it was not urgent. He continued to eat. There were still 30 minutes before the assembly, which was enough for him to finish his meal. All students, please assemble in the square in front of the base. A notice was sent to everyone's identity bracelet after the bell rang. David also put the last bite of food into his mouth. Only then did he open his identity bracelet and see the notice. Who was this big shot? David wondered. However, he still took out a formal suit from his closet and wore the Silver Star Medal on his chest. This was one of the required formal attire for attending official events. Of course, there were not many honors that could be worn on the chest. At the very least, one had to participate in an official war to get it. After leaving the dormitory, David saw that all the students were wearing formal clothes and talking excitedly along the way. Just like David, these students had no idea what was going on. They were all guessing what was going on. When they arrived outside the base, even the students who went out rushed back. They changed out of their exoskeleton armor and into formal attire. David looked at the students who were lining up according to their classes. He did not know where to stand at all. One had to know that he was the only freshman who had come to the Guardian planet. In the end, he chose the rightmost position and stood there alone. As the number of students increased, the students who entered the queue no longer spoke. Every one of them stood upright, just like soldiers. The instructors of the academy appeared together. David was shocked to see that each of the instructors had several medals on their chests. This meant that the instructors had participated in the war against the Zergs. Of course, the highest medal among them was the Silver Star Medal that David had. It was extremely difficult to obtain a medal in the Interstellar Federation. Naturally, everyone admired the person who had the medal. The last to appear were the 3 Transcendent. They were also in formal attire. The smiles on their faces showed their current mood. Students, let us welcome General Froud with a warm round of applause. Master Leo stood on the podium in the square in front of the base and said loudly. The students here had all heard of General Froud. He was the Transcendent of the military and had a very high position in the military. Therefore, the students applauded with all their might to express their welcome to the Transcendent. Transcendent Froud also walked out of the gate. His expression was very solemn. He walked up to the podium and returned a military salute to all the students present. Today, I'm not here to fight. I'm here to award medals and reward the brave and fearless hero. He discovered clues to the Zerg's conspiracy and provided an important basis for the military to grasp the direction of the Zerg's movements. Therefore, I've been entrusted by the military to come here. Transcendent Froud glanced at all the students and said in a deep voice. The students below were in an uproar. They looked at each other, trying to find out who had done such a feat. It must be known that it was a great honor to have Transcendent Froud personally come to award medals. Although Transcendent Froud did not say clearly what kind of Zur conspiracy he had discovered, it was this vague statement that made the students even more curious. David's heart skipped a beat. He was here for him. Student David Kerr, please come to the stage. Transcendent Froud's gaze fell on David and said in a deep voice. Immediately, all the students focused their eyes on David, who was at the outermost side of the line. Their eyes were full of envy and admiration. David strode onto the stage under the gaze of thousands of people and stood beside Transcendent Froud. David, I promised you that I would personally come to award medals. Transcendent Froud finally smiled and said to David, General Froud, I am deeply honored. David replied loudly, This is what you deserve. Your contributions will be recorded by the military. The medal is just an honor. When you enter the military, all your contributions will be reflected in your military rank. Transcendent Froud spoke very straightforwardly and loudly, so that more than 10,000 students in the square could hear him clearly. In the Interstellar Federation, if one wanted to get better social recognition and a better position, then military service was essential. Among the senior officials of the Federation, many of them had outstanding military service. These people were more likely to be recognized and promoted than ordinary officials. This was also a social value that the Federation wanted to embody. Every citizen would be proud of military service. Only the best people could wear exoskeleton armor and go to the front line to fight the Zerg. Therefore, Transcendent Froud and the Academy gathered the students to participate in David's award ceremony. This was a kind of motivation for all the students. David Kerr, because of your outstanding military service, I represent the military to award you the Gold Star Medal. I hope that you will continue to work hard and serve the Federation. Transcendent Froud announced loudly. After Transcendent Froud's announcement, the entire square immediately boiled over. No one thought that the award this time would be a Gold Star Medal. David was still a student. No matter how powerful he was, he had not gone to Planet Warstar. What kind of service did he need to be awarded the Gold Star Medal? The Gold Star Medal was a high-level medal of the Interstellar Federation. Even the Gold Star Medal awarded annually by Planet Warstar was extremely rare. A soldier held a silver tray with both hands. On the silver tray was a red brocade box. The soldier walked up the steps with his powerful feet and came to the side of Transcendent Froud. The students no longer spoke. The square of more than 10,000 people was silent. Everyone's eyes were on the small red brocade box, as if the red brocade box contained some kind of rare treasure. Transcendent Froud opened the brocade box, took out a Gold Star Medal, and then pinned it on David's chest. The two medals on David's chest, one silver and one gold, shone brightly under the sunlight, like two dancing flames. Warm applause sounded again. This time, the applause came from all the students spontaneously. It was to congratulate David for receiving this honor. David, I hope to see you in the military soon. I look forward to fighting alongside you one day. Transcendent Froud said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he solemnly saluted David. David bowed back. He turned around to face all the students and bowed as well. Then he straightened up and displayed the glory on his chest. The award ceremony ended. Before the students left, many of them couldn't help but look at David a few more times. Of course, they paid special attention to the two medals. In the office of Transcendent Kenny, there were only 5 people for Transcendent and David. David, the Gold Star Medal has some privileges. Free medical treatment, no need to line up anywhere. As long as you wear the Gold Star Medal, you will automatically have these privileges. In addition, you will receive a monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Transcendent Froud explained to David about the Gold Star Medal with a smile. Thank you for the introduction. David thanked him. David was not as excited as he was when he received the Silver Star Medal. On the one hand, there was news about the Gold Star Medal a few days ago. On the other hand, with the improvement of his strength, his vision had increased a lot. General Froud, When will the military begin searching for the Stoneskin Worm King? Our Academy's normal operations have been affected. Transcendent Kenny asked. It will officially begin tomorrow. A total of 20 reconnaissance ships and 100 frigates will participate in this operation. When the time comes, we will need your Academy's cooperation. Transcendent Froud replied with a smile. No problem. Once you discover a level 3 insectoid, please inform us. We will be responsible for dealing with it. Transcendent Kenny said with confidence. I really envy you for having a student like David. I wanted to invite a sniper master to participate in this operation, but I couldn't. Transcendent Froud glanced at David and said with a smile. How is Worcester's situation this time? I didn't receive any information from the higher-ups. If you can reveal anything, please tell us. Transcendent Dunbar asked. His question was also a question that everyone was very concerned about. Although the Academy's base was in the midst of an insectoid tide, when they learned of the abnormal insectoid activity on Warstar, several Transcendent Dunbar were still very worried about Worcester's situation. Although the intelligence department had obtained some information from Warstar, how could this information be as accurate as what Transcendent Froud had personally said? Transcendent Froud thought about it and said this should be a probing attack by the insectoids. The scale of the attack is small, but there are many points of attack. After analyzing the information, we came to the conclusion that this is a probing attack by the insectoids. The military has been conducting a war assessment this entire time. Transcendent Dunbar had an ugly expression. This sort of small-scale attack with many points of attack was the precursor to a large-scale insectoid operation. The Academy did not wish for a large-scale insectoid war to break out, because if the military assessed that the level of the insectoid war was too high, they would issue a conscription order to the entire Federation. The conscription order would also target the Kaji specialization of the Academy. The fourth-year and third-year students would all be conscripted to participate in the insectoid war. Even the Academy's Transcendent Dunbar would need to send 2 of them to Warstar. Moreover, if the scale of the war continued to expand, the scope of the conscription would increase, and even the reserves would be conscripted. Transcendent Dunbar, who had participated in several large-scale battles on Warstar, could not help but recall the scene of Worcester's meat grinder battlefield. Young, hot-blooded lives were thrown into Warstar like fuel. War is not far from us. Transcendent Kenny sighed. No matter when, we will win. Transcendent Freud said with a laugh. Victory. The others also spoke in emphatic tones. Chapter 381. The midday sun shone on the ground, and the temperature of the land without any green vegetation exceeded the limits of a normal person. David lay behind a large rock, the custom-made exoskeleton armor on his body blocking all the heat outside. The internal circulation system kept the temperature of the exoskeleton armor at the most comfortable level. The custom-made sniper rifle was already fixed, and even the magazine was loaded with level 3 sniper bullets. He looked up at the sky, and a scout ship was hovering 1,000 meters above the ground. David didn't know what kind of deal the First College of Iridia made with the military, but the military fully cooperated with the hunting team formed by David and the 3 Transcendent. The scout ship in the sky was specially sent to provide reconnaissance data, and on David's helmet, there was a video of the sky that could be observed at any time. In fact, David didn't need this video. Although the shadow attendant didn't fly as high as the scout ship, it cooperated more closely with David. David, we're luring the millipede phantom worm over. Transcendent Kenny shouted in the comms. His voice was filled with excitement. Finding this 1,000-legged mirage worm made him very happy. The 1,000-legged mirage worm's battle power was considered above average among rank 3 insectoids, but the amount of rank 3 materials it could use was 3 times that of an ordinary rank 3 insectoid. If it was just the 3 Transcendent Kenny that encountered the millipede phantom worm, they might have called a few more Transcendent to join forces, otherwise they wouldn't have the confidence to kill the millipede phantom worm. But now with a sniper master like David, Kenny Transcendent was very confident. Their hunting team had successfully killed a level 3 insectoid in 6 days, and the transcendent in the team was very confident in David. The millipede phantom worm was discovered by the military in the morning, and they sent a scout ship to follow it, waiting for the hunting team to arrive before continuing the operation. "Roger that," David said in a deep voice. His voice didn't express any emotion, and he was completely hidden. With the powerful senses of a level 3 insectoid, as long as David revealed a trace of killing intent, the level 3 insectoid would be alerted. David only had one chance to snipe, and he didn't want to make a mistake. On the helmet, it showed that the 3 transcendent were in front, and behind them was a giant millipede that was 10 meters long, chasing the 3 transcendent. The reason why the 1,000-legged mirage worm was named this way was because it had nearly 1,000 tiny legs. These legs ran quickly on the ground, kicking up dust as if they were flying close to the ground. Thousands of tiny legs carried the enormous body, and the segments of the insect's shell completely protected the phantom millipede's body. The scout ship found the millipede phantom worm in a flat, open space, and there was no cover for tens of kilometers. There was only a giant rock where the millipede phantom worm was hiding, and it was hiding under the giant rock. That was definitely not a good sniping area, and with the millipede phantom worm's vision, it wouldn't be easy for David to get within 3 kilometers without being discovered. In the insectoid's inheritance, they had the instinct to attack Kaji first, and as long as they found Kaji, they would immediately kill him. This also showed how much of a threat Kaji was to the insectoids, and he became a must-kill target. The millipede phantom worm wanted to break through the encirclement and attack David, and the 3 transcendent couldn't do anything about it. The millipede phantom worm's defense was very strong, and at the same time, it was very agile. Although the 1,000 tiny legs were slightly weaker, the first 12 slender front legs were terrifying weapons. The millipede phantom worm's 12 slender front legs had claws at the front, and this was a grade 3 material. It was also because of this that the millipede phantom worm's grade 3 material was 3 times that of a normal grade 3 insectoid. Of course, this also made the millipede phantom worm's attacks even more strange. The 12 slender front legs could attack in 12 different directions at any time. This kind of grade 3 insectoid that had speed, defense, and attack was a headache for the transcendent. It required the cooperation of many transcendent to kill it without any losses. In order to lure out the millipede phantom worm and give David the perfect opportunity to snipe it, Kenny Transcendent, Dunbar Transcendent, and Transcendent Beecher carefully approached it. After provoking it, they immediately ran back. They didn't dare to fight with a millipede phantom worm here. Without David's support, the battle wouldn't end well. 5 kilometers. David reported in the channel. Kenny Transcendent noticed that the millipede phantom worm was getting closer and closer to them. It was impossible to run 3 kilometers without being caught. Beecher and I will hold it back. Dunbar, give it a good hit. Kenny Transcendent ordered loudly. Transcendent Beecher turned around even faster than Kenny Transcendent. The grade 3 spear in his hand suddenly pierced forward. The target was the millipede phantom worm's left eye. The millipede phantom worm's eyes had a hint of human contempt. It extended 2 of its 12 front legs and blocked the grade 3 spear. Kenny Transcendent swept the grade 3 heavy axe in his hand horizontally. The target was the millipede phantom worm's head. The millipede phantom worm extended 2 more front legs and easily blocked the grade 3 heavy axe. This was the scary part of the millipede phantom worm. Its 12 front legs were equal to 6 normal insectoids' front legs. It was also very flexible. If the millipede phantom worm's front legs were to be defined as a level of control, it would be at the master level. Moreover, it was controlled by multiple masters. The 12 front legs were equivalent to 12 grade 3 weapons. It was very difficult for the opponent to defend. Kenny Transcendent's grade 3 heavy axe flashed. He had used the Transcendent's power. The grade 3 heavy axe turned from a sweep into a chop. The momentum of this chop made the chop even more powerful. Transcendent Beecher's grade 3 spear also flashed. The spear drew a circle and broke free of the two front legs' obstruction. It went straight for the millipede phantom worm. Kenny Transcendent went all out in an instant and became the main attacker. Transcendent Beecher was like an assassin, supporting Kenny Transcendent's attack. The millipede phantom worm sensed danger and no longer held back. 6 of its front legs each blocked the two attacks. In terms of absolute numbers, the two Transcendent's attacks were not very effective. Transcendent Dunbar used this opportunity to get close to the millipede phantom worm. He held the grade 3 hammer with both hands and struck it from the bottom. The millipede phantom worm saw the attack from Transcendent Dunbar and was not worried. Its small legs were not as strong as its front legs, but they were enough to deal with this kind of attack on the lower half of its body. However, Transcendent Dunbar made his move 2 seconds later than the two Transcendent Dunbar. In these 2 seconds, he had been accumulating power, waiting for this attack. At the same time, he had also used the Transcendent's power. He didn't think that this attack would have any great effect. All he needed was to slow down the phantom millipede. The 3 Transcendent Dunbar were from the same academy, so their cooperation was very good. When the grade 3 hammer collided with the millipede phantom worm's dozens of small legs, the millipede phantom worm lifted its body up a little more in order to let more of its small legs participate in the battle. The level 3 war hammer's power was not a heavy blow, but an upward slash. Transcendent Dunbar was able to use this kind of power with ease. It was obvious how good his control of power was. When the 1,000-tentacle mirage worm realized something was wrong with the force, it was already too late. Its huge body was pushed up by a tremendous force, and its body, which was originally balanced by its many legs, involuntarily flipped over due to the force. Without hesitation, Transcendent Kenny and Transcendent Beecher did not continue to attack. They turned around and sped up. "Let's go." Transcendent Dunbar swept the ground with his right foot, and a large amount of dust flew up. He used the cover of the dust to turn around and follow his two companions. Transcendent Kenny laughed as he walked. "Haha, it's still better to fight with you guys." In the past, when he fought with the Transcendent from the other two academies, their cooperation was not as good as that of his own Transcendent. This was because of the absolute trust in his companions. The 3 Transcendent Dunbar could leave their backs to others at any time. This kind of trust could not be achieved when working with the Transcendent from the other academies. That was why Transcendent Kenny was so happy. He felt that his combat strength was at its peak. The millipede phantom worm let out an angry roar. Being flipped over by the enemy was a great humiliation, especially when the 3 Transcendent Dunbar were not as strong as it, but they used this kind of trick to embarrass it. The millipede phantom worm stood up again. Its body was raised even higher, which made it even more aggressive. Its tiny legs also moved faster. However, with this delay, it was enough for the 3 Transcendent Dunbar to get within 3 kilometers of David. 3 kilometers. Following David's reminder, the 3 Transcendent Dunbar lined up in a row and got into a battle stance. The millipede phantom worm rushed to the front of the 3 Transcendent Dunbar. Borrowing the huge momentum, its 12 front limbs were like 12 poisonous snakes, covering the vital points of the 3 Transcendent Dunbar. David, who was already prepared, did not wait. The custom-made super large caliber sniper rifle suddenly vibrated. The loud sound was blocked by the sound barrier in a limited area. The super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet flew over 3 kilometers. When a millipede phantom worm felt the danger, the bullet was already in front of it. The millipede phantom worm only had time to extend its 2 front limbs in front of it. These 2 front limbs were the most agile of all. Almost as soon as it thought about it, it had already moved. The grade 3 sniper bullet hit one of the front limbs and broke it in an instant. The grade 3 sniper bullet changed direction slightly and continued to hit the millipede phantom worm's head. Then, a bloody hole appeared an inch away from the millipede phantom worm's left eye. Unfortunately, Because the grade 3 sniper bullet was blocked by the millipede phantom worm's front limbs during the sniping process, the impact and direction were affected. David's original target was the millipede phantom worm's left eye. With the power of the custom-made super large caliber sniper rifle, if the sniping was successful, it was very likely to be a one-hit kill. However, the millipede phantom worm's reaction was clearly out of his expectations. Who would have thought that the grade 3 sniper bullet would only be discovered when it was close enough for the millipede phantom worm to still be able to react and block it? However, David's sniping was not without results. A puncture wound appeared on the millipede phantom worm's head. This caused the millipede phantom worm's brain to suffer quite a bit of damage. With the powerful vitality of a grade 3 insect, this kind of injury was not fatal, but it was not without effect. The millipede phantom worm's attack on the 3 transcendent froze for a moment. Then its body twisted and rolled. The pain in its brain made the millipede phantom worm's body shrink instinctively. It hit its head in the protection of its body. It needed some time to recover from the injury. "David, good job." The transcendent Kenny laughed and said. He used the grade 3 heavy axe in his hand to hit the exposed shell of the millipede phantom worm. The grade 3 heavy axe split open the thick shell and formed a wound. The transcendent Dunbar and transcendent Beecher also used this opportunity to attack with all their strength. They added a few more wounds on the millipede phantom worm shell. Since the phantom millipede's head was heavily protected, the 3 transcendents were unable to deal a fatal blow to it, even though they managed to inflict heavy damage on it. The millipede phantom worm's heart was under its head, and it was also protected by its body. In 2 seconds, the 3 transcendent left many huge wounds on the millipede phantom worm's back. However, in these 2 seconds, the millipede phantom worm forcefully withstood the attacks of the 3 transcendent. Using the powerful self-healing ability of an insect, it forcefully sealed the wound on its head and suppressed the injury. Of course, this kind of injury was not so easy to completely recover. The millipede phantom worm would have problems controlling its body for a long time after a battle. But now that it was in the middle of a battle, the intense pain made the millipede phantom worm's body produce a hormone to maintain control of its body. Although David's snipe was only for a moment, the millipede phantom worm still found the snipe's location. Just as the Kenny transcendent was about to attack again, several forelimbs whistled as the millipede phantom worm's body unfolded and attacked the Kenny transcendent. The Kenny transcendent could only retreat. The millipede phantom worm did not chase after him. Instead, it used its forelimbs to attack the other 2 transcendent, forcing them to retreat as well. What a strong self-healing ability. Put in more effort, it can't hold on much longer. How could the Kenny transcendent not see the millipede phantom worm's current state? As long as they could hold on a little longer, the millipede phantom worm's hormone secretion would not last long. As long as it lost the support of its hormones, it would not be able to maintain its combat strength. When that happened, the millipede phantom worm would be their trophy, and they would not have to risk their lives. Chapter 382. The phantom millipede ignored the 3 transcendent. After forcing the 3 transcendent back, its 10-meter-long body curled up and then bounced. With this force, its huge body leaped in one direction. The transcendent Kenny saw where the phantom millipede wanted to go and couldn't help but shout, "Stop it! It's going to attack David." At the same time, he also activated the power of the transcendent to increase his speed and chased after the phantom millipede. The transcendent Dunbar and the transcendent Beecher's expression also changed. They instantly increased their speed and chased after the phantom millipede. The phantom millipede's movement had changed. It used its body to curl up and bounce hundreds of meters away. When it landed on the ground, it curled up and bounced up again. The phantom millipede's movement made it almost impossible to see its body clearly. The 3 transcendent chased after it, but they couldn't catch up for a while. "David, leave now." The transcendent Kenny could only remind David. He also understood that David only had 2 choices now. One was to forcefully snipe the phantom millipede. This kind of sniping would be very difficult to deal a fatal blow to the phantom millipede when it was prepared. The second option was to escape immediately and use the flying ability of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. However, with the speed of the phantom millipede, it would take some time for David to accelerate after he took off, so the phantom millipede would catch up to him before he could fly too high. Although the phantom millipede couldn't fly very high, its jumping ability was already shown. With David's speed, there was a chance for him to escape, but it was hard to say if he could escape. What shocked the transcendent Kenny was that David didn't escape, nor did he snipe. There was no movement in that direction. Don't worry, David changed his position. The transcendent Dunbar used the vision of the scout ship and said with a sigh of relief. After David sniped, he realized that his sniping was not effective. He immediately made the decision to leave the sniping position. The phantom millipede did not know that David had moved. Since David's aura could not be captured, the phantom millipede could not find David through his aura. It could only find him based on the trajectory of the bullet. It only took the phantom millipede a few leaps to cover a distance of 3,000 meters. The sniper bullet had flown out from behind the boulder. The phantom millipede pounced towards the boulder. At the same time, it used its uninjured forelimbs to seal off the boulder's surroundings to prevent David from escaping. Boom! The ground behind the boulder was filled with rubble, but there was only one sound shielding device. At this time, the sound shielding device had been torn to pieces by a forelimb. The reason why the phantom millipede attacked the boulder with all its strength was that it had sensed the abnormality behind the boulder. The sound was blocked, but once it got close, the sound in the area would disappear and it would become a target. The phantom millipede felt that it had been tricked. Because of its head injury, its anger caused the injury to worsen. It stretched out its forelimbs and used the strength of its body to smash the boulder in front of it into pieces. Dust and rubble flew everywhere. The three transcendent had already caught up. This time, they did not relax and surrounded the phantom millipede in a triangular formation. 1,000 meters away, David, who was wearing a camouflage cloth, readjusted his custom-made super-caliber sniper rifle and calmly locked onto the phantom millipede again. The transcendent Kenny felt guilty for his mistake. He jumped up with the third-grade heavy axe in his hand, raised it above his head, and chopped down heavily. The phantom millipede's hormone effect was slowly fading. Its combat power was not as strong as before. Facing the transcendent Kenny's attack, it could only block with its forelimbs. The transcendent Dunbar and the transcendent Beecher also moved. The weapons in their hands were aimed at the phantom millipede's heart. The phantom millipede's response was still the same. It blocked with its forelimbs. The moment the phantom millipede used its other forelimb, David, who was 1,000 meters away, did not hesitate and shot out a third-grade sniper bullet from his sniper rifle. David had been waiting for this opportunity. An opportunity where the phantom millipede could not use its forelimbs. David did not believe that all of the phantom millipede's forelimbs had the ability to protect itself in an instant. It was impossible that all of its forelimbs could react in time when the sniper bullet flew in front of them. If that was the case, the phantom millipede's attack power would not only be above average among the third-grade insectoids. One of its forelimbs was broken by the sniper bullet just now. Now, the last one went to block the transcendent Kenny's heavy axe. Without the sound barrier, a loud sound rang out from David's position. However, what was even faster than the sound was the rank 3 sniper bullet that had been fired. This third-grade sniper bullet did not disappoint David. The moment Kenny Transcendent's third-grade heavy axe made contact with the phantom millipede's forelimb, the third-grade sniper bullet shot into the phantom millipede's left eye. The phantom millipede's left eye did not have any defense at all and exploded. Green blood and black eye tissue splashed out. The third-grade sniper bullet did not stop at the phantom millipede's left eye. It continued to move along the left eye and entered the phantom millipede's brain through the gap between its eye sockets. This time, it was not as light as last time. The third-grade sniper bullet rolled around in the phantom millipede's head and messed up its brain. Then, the third-grade sniper bullet went through the phantom millipede's head and came out from the back of its head. It flew past the Dunbar Transcendent's body and flew away. The Dunbar Transcendent, who was attacking, only reacted when the third-grade sniper bullet flew away from its body. It was so shocked that it broke out in a cold sweat. Kenny Transcendent's heavy axe came into contact with the phantom millipede's forelimb. At first, the phantom millipede's forelimb was still resisting. Just as he was about to pull back his heavy axe and attack again, the forelimb under the heavy axe suddenly went limp. Kenny Transcendent did not let go of this opportunity. The third-grade heavy axe came down and heavily chopped down on the phantom millipede's head. However, he did not attack again because he realized that the phantom millipede no longer had any signs of life. Transcendent Beecher's long spear also pierced the phantom millipede's heart. At the same time, he also realized that the target he was attacking had died a step earlier. Kenny Transcendent saw the brain tissue flowing out of the phantom millipede's left eye and said in the channel, "David, the target is dead." David put away the custom-made, super-large caliber sniper rifle on his back. He stood up and ran towards the phantom millipede. The third-grade insectoid he killed 3 days ago was a giant pincer flaming bug. The shadow attendant absorbed its soul, but it only received an ability that humans could not use: flame control, talent, condition not met. This was because flame control, talent, condition not met, required the body to contain fire energy. At least, David had never heard of anyone with fire energy in their body. The phantom millipede this time did not seem to be as good at using fire energy as the giant pincer flaming bug. Instead, it was good at close combat. David was very much looking forward to the phantom millipede providing him with a practical ability. Transcendent Dunbar saw David running over and couldn't help but laugh. "David, why are you in such a hurry to come over? Are you worried that we will steal your loot?" Transcendent Kenny added, "Don't worry, the loot this time is not small." David smiled when he felt the shadow attendant absorb a soul into its body. David said with a smile, "I don't have to worry about you guys distributing the loot. Just exchange it for points for me." Transcendent Kenny looked at the other two Transcendent and then turned to David and said, "I will give you 3,000 points this time. This phantom millipede gave you 3 times the amount of the other third-grade insectoids. We will also give you 3 times the amount." David participated in the mission of killing third-grade insectoids. Every third-grade insectoid he killed was worth 1,000 points, regardless of how much David contributed. Of course, the resources that David consumed were all provided by the Transcendent, including the third-grade sniper bullet that David used. The cost of reloading the bullet was also paid by the 3 Transcendent. One had to know that all of this required points, especially the third-grade sniper bullet. After using it once, the bullet had to be recalibrated. There were not many blacksmiths who could process third-grade materials, and the fees were very high. During this period of time, David could not leave the academy base without permission other than following the 3 Transcendent. This greatly reduced his loot. Fortunately, there were hunting missions to replenish his points, allowing his points to continue increasing rapidly. Just as the Kenny Transcendent was distributing the loot, about 800 kilometers away, a scout ship was at work. Abnormal fluctuations detected underground. The scanner reported loudly, "Begin comparison analysis immediately." The captain ordered, "Analyzing now." The analyst immediately replied. The scout ship was probably the smallest among all the warships. Due to its small size and the large number of scanning and analysis equipment installed inside, it took up most of the space. Therefore, there were only 30 soldiers on the scout ship. This included the crew and intelligence officers who piloted the scout ship. Fluctuation data missing, unable to analyze. The analyst quickly replied. The captain thought for a moment and ordered, "Lower the altitude and increase the scanning power." The scout ship descended from 1,000 meters to 500 meters and then to 200 meters. At this height, the scanning equipment could clearly detect the abnormal fluctuation data. Just as the scanner and analyst were working hard, a giant head suddenly emerged from the ground below. It was the stone-skinned Worm King that the military was looking for. It only revealed its head and spat out a mouthful of gray gas at the scout ship. The stone-skinned Worm King's attack this time turned the gray gas into a ball of gas. The ball of gas flew towards the scout ship. Throughout the entire process, the scout ship did not discover the ball of gas. Report: the stone-skinned Worm King has been discovered. The scanner excitedly reported. On the screen in front of him, the giant head was his target, the stone-skinned Worm King. Before the captain could give the order, a gray ball of gas mysteriously appeared in the cabin of the scout ship. The gray ball of gas exploded, and the cabin, which was not too big, was instantly filled with gray gas. The intelligence officer's body froze in the excitement of reporting, while the analyst lowered his head to analyze the situation. When the captain saw the gray ball of gas, he was about to shout out a warning, but he was still one step slower than the gray ball of gas. The crew also maintained their posture of piloting the scout ship like statues, but their lives were taken away, and their bodies turned into gray rocks. Without the crew and the captain, the scout ship lost control and fell to the ground without anyone commanding it. During this process, the stone-skinned Worm King suddenly rushed out of the ground. Its target was the energy storage and engine of the scout ship. The insectoids could absorb most of the energy, and the scout ship had enough energy, which was why it was the target of the stone-skinned Worm King. The stone-skinned Worm King's intelligence had obviously increased after the last insectoid tide. This was the benefit of successfully launching an insectoid tide. It was the stone-skinned Worm King's trap that attracted the scout ship to fall. It was a simple and powerful trap. The soldiers on the scout ship did not treat the stone-skinned Worm King as a highly intelligent insectoid. They did not expect the stone-skinned Worm King to set up a trap. When the stone-skinned Worm King disappeared, it took away all the energy items on the scout ship, including krypton, light energy weapons, warp drive, and so on. These could sustain the stone-skinned worm group for a while. Because of the military's search, the stone-skinned Worm King could not let the stone-skinned worm group search for energy on their own, but the stone-skinned worm group consumed a lot of energy. The stone-skinned Worm King took a last look at the crashed scout ship. Everything related to energy on the ship was dragged underground by the stone-skinned worm group. The number 16 scout ship crashed. The number 16 scout ship crashed. On a guard ship, the transcendent Froud heard the report of his staff. Immediately send the number 15 scout ship and the 3rd guard ship team to the number 16 scout ship to find out the cause. The transcendent Froud ordered loudly. Immediately, many guard ships appeared in the air, followed by the number 15 scout ship to scan and analyze the surrounding situation. Report: the number 16 scout ship's wreckage has been found. The black box is being recovered. The black box is intact. Immediately retrieve the data in the black box. The captain of the number 15 scout ship reported to the transcendent Froud through the military channel. However, the number 15 scout ship did not find the stone-skinned Worm King underground. It was leisurely moving through the rock layer. The rock in front of the stone-skinned Worm King was like a living thing. When the stone-skinned Worm King approached, it would automatically separate and allow the stone-skinned Worm King to move forward. No wonder the military had participated in the search for 6 days, but they did not even see the shadow of the stone-skinned Worm King. It was estimated that if the stone-skinned Worm King did not take the initiative to expose itself for energy, the number 16 scout ship would not have found the abnormal fluctuation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.